Good day and good evening and welcome to Dailies Hangout stream with a twist with me, Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. So, like last week, where we also had a Dailies with a twist, the twist is not that I'm going to spin or something. That would have been funny, but that would also be a little unfair, wouldn't it? A little baity, wouldn't it? The actual twist is that we're going to be playing Sage, doing dailies, but as long as I have a full pre-made for a duty, then I will do some sort of challenge. For example, it could be that I'm only allowed to use my left hand, which of course means just the keyboard. By the way, the camera feed is mirrored, so this is my right hand and this is my left hand, but the way that you'll mainly see it is that I'll just be playing like this, right? Or like this. So you can see the hand that is not allowed to be used. And of course, it's beyond that. It's of course a challenge for myself in some capacity, so there's no point in me cheating. That would just ruin it for me. First person mode, of course, means that we play like this. Which is, it's not too bad, but I'm probably going to get hit by stuff, so that's going to be very interesting. And no UI means that we, of course, play like this. My recommendation, if you're going to be the tank in my group when I play like this, is you might want to be warrior. For your own sake, but you don't have to be. But it might be for the best of your own survival, because I can't actually see whether you need healing. Like, I don't know, maybe we need to make some sort of rule that you have to start jumping or something if you really need help. I'll play Gunbreak and see if you recognize Super Bolide. You know, that is actually a good point. I should probably do this so I can see the animations. Go to Narnia if you need healing. With that said, a Yogni, a Vince, a Cyanide, a Warcraft Traveler, a Bob, Cat Damon, Gabriel, Ham, Feeler, Matthew, Derpy, Lexi, Sav, Siren, Silvermint. Oh, I hope you're all doing very well. I'm glad to see you. It does look like we're going to be doing no UI. Last week, I actually did say that if I was going to go as a healer, I would probably not do the no UI one. But then a lot of people were very disappointed that that wasn't going to be an option. So we're going to try. If it's way too hard, I will probably just the way we did last week is that I would remove the ones that we had done from the list until we had gotten through all of them. So if it's too hard, I will just not include it again. But that's the plan, and it does look like it's not even close. It's a landslide victory for no UI. So that's the way we're going to do it. Think fast. Also, hey Bronto, hope you're doing well. If you want to join me for Expert Roulette, come on over to me. I understand that Lexi really wanted to ride out the gate. I have an army of tanks. No confidence. I mean, that makes things easier for me. Silvermint says, I thought no UI was the easiest of that list. Well, Silvermint, remember, I'm the healer. How am I going to heal like this? Are you sure about that observation? That it was going to be the easiest on that list? Oh yeah, Silvermint, the problem is, how do I know when people need healing? Do I just aggressively spam prognosis like this? Also visit Chloe. I actually remembered. Everyone else remembered to visit Chloe. By the way, I had an interesting day in mental roulette. Hey Philip, hope you're doing well. Right. Among Lexi and Zav. Right, that works. Alternatively, just don't heal and claim it's a skill issue if people die. What? You died. I didn't see you need healing. You can't see my HP bar. Not my problem. Hey Licky, hope you're doing well. Good. Right, I need my UI to actually click yes. Candy has all the healing you need? Who knows? Let's see if I can... The key problem is I can't really see what I need to see. So I don't even know if I need healing. So I just need to hope that I don't randomly get aggro. Yeah, it does look super cinematic, doesn't it? You're doing amazing. I don't know what you're so afraid of. Can you see the HP bars? I won't even be able to see if anyone dies. Like I'll have to see their corpse. And yeah, that's actually also what I'm doing, Fila, is that I'm kinda trying to do that. The problem is that I usually like do it when I see a debuff or I see a buff run out. And I can't see that, so I actually have to be like, I have to count 15 seconds to know what to do next when. Hey Gireen! Hope you're doing well. Let's hope no one gets Doom here. Yeah, hey, if you get Doom, jump. Like, just spam jump. And then I'll see if I can figure out which one of you is who. I'm pretty sure... yeah, Bard is F3. I'll say, Kylan. Hope you're doing well. My healer senses are tingling. You can hear if you can aggro. That is true. That is indeed true. Hear the swing sound of getting aggro. Yeah, I will say I do agree. That was like that warrior, of course, makes it a lot easier for me. But that is also like I did say that if I do play with no UI, then the tank might choose to go warrior for their own sake, so they don't die. Oh, the boss is dead. I think that was pretty fast. What do you mean with how did I use Flemmer? I'm just sometimes clicking the button. Like I'm genuinely just going, it's been a while since I used Flemmer. I think it's about time. It's the same way I decide when I reapply my dot. Because I just go, I think it's been a bit. Because I can't do anything else. I would have to actually count the numbers. Also, still opening the chests I can't actually roll on. Lexi wanted to heal, I mean tank. It's fine. I did say that like there was no requirement to play warrior. It was mainly just an observation that it's probably safest for yourself to choose warrior if you don't want to die. There's still something alive in here. Somewhere in here there's something. Oh, it's dead now. This is a super cinematic. It's interesting. It reminds me of I've seen like Monster Hunter players that for some reason decided to play with no UI on. Like, and they're playing with like co-op with a friend. And they're like, how did I die? And the friend is like, I don't know, you were at like 10% HP for 2 minutes. And you didn't drink a potion. How do you think you died? Cannot, will not fall here. Is it just Behemoth here alive? Yep.
This one is dangerous. Have care, Golbez.
Hey, Matsuro. Hope you're doing well. I think that was a raid wide. Slide casting without cast bar sounds painful. Oh, I don't think I can do it beyond guessing. Next week we need Black Mage without UI. Oh man. That sounds like a bad idea. Like, that's the ultimate example of if you're not keeping track of everything, then you can't actually, then you just get stuck. Well, the thing is, what's going to happen as a result if you do... Oh. what's going to happen as a result of playing with no UI is that I would just play in a probably very not exciting way. Like I would just have to play super carefully and just do regular standard, and every time I'm even remotely uncertain, I just have to like Blizzard 3. So I think that would be, I think it would not be super fun. That's also part of the reason why why did we stop? There's more. Hello? There's more mob. There's a lot of like the thing is, I think I have an idea for like DPS jobs to do. But a key thing is that if it is a job where I have to keep too much track of things, then the problem is that, see, with Sage, it's a job that I'm so confident that I can do it, that like I can still talk with you and just have fun with it, right? But if I was playing Black Mage, I would just play, either I would play extremely poorly, which wouldn't be super fun, or I would be so focused that I'm not very entertaining, because I don't like I can't both keep track of all those things with no UI and then also just like talk and try to be entertaining. So that like that's the problem. Most melees? Maybe. Part of the problem there is that a lot of the melees have timings that aren't entirely obvious. The particular DPS job that I have a feeling would be very, very manageable with no UI would be Summoner. Specifically because Summoner has a very, very, like, fully set in stone rotation. Whenever you've done all of your things, you just repeat. So I can actually keep track of everything just by doing the rotation. Whereas if I played a melee, the problem is immediately that I would have to, like, as a samurai, I would have to remember when Meishu Shisui and Tsubame Gaishi is available. I would have to remember when Hisato Senye is available and things like that. Even if it isn't that bad. How would Machinist be very doable, Licky Kitty? You just have to remember every 8th GZD to click this button.
I need power. Light or dark, it matters not.
That's a fair point, Gabriel. That is a fair point, but that is like the difference between very manageable and doable. Machine is a fixed rotation no matter what, nothing ever changes. The problem, Licky, is that if you happen to deviate from the rotation even once, then it's no longer predictable. Just don't make a mistake. You know what, Licky Kitty? You go find a striking dummy, switch to Machinist, and do the rotation with no UI. Summoner would be fine. The problem, Philippe, is that Dragoon has an OGCD rotation that has nothing to do with its GCD rotation. Which means that you have, like, you're just doing your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 9, 10 sequence, and then you just have to remember every 30 seconds to click jump. Exactly, Ham, or if there's a second of downtime. Just do Ice Mage stuff? Gah.
Even so, I'll not be bested. Not this day.
Reaper might work, yeah. Reaper might work. But that, I think, is more so because it's not... Am I completely... Oom?
It's over, my friend.
You'd have to keep track of Death's Design. Gabriel would have to keep track of when 2 minutes is up, because it's not obvious from your rotation. The particular problem is that Reaper just clicks their cooldowns when they're available. Oh, I was really low on MP! The problem with Reaper and a lot of melee DPS jobs is that when you're not bursting, you're just doing like a filler rotation, and the filler rotation gives you no indication of when your burst is coming up next. Which means that Reaper, like, you open, put on Death's Design, maybe do a Soul Scythe, do a Gluttony maybe, and you set up Arcane Circle, do Plentiful Harvest, in Shroud, do that stuff. But once you've done that Communio, you have like a Soul Scythe and a Death's Design to do. And now you just have to go, right, so how many seconds was it since I clicked Gluttony last? Do you prefer early or late Gluttony open on Reaper? I mainly do early Gluttony. The reason why I use early Gluttony is because early Shroud requires a specific GCD to actually work without clipping, whereas early, like, I mean, if you have an obscene amount of skill speed, then early Gluttony might have trouble as well. But early Gluttony, the specific part where it like postpones things an extra GCD, means that it is perfectly functional in suboptimal skill speeds. That is also the reason why that's the one I teach on the channel. But early Shroud, I've been told, is preferable in most, like, level 90 boss fights at the moment. So, like, if you're optimizing and you have the correct skill speed, it might be the like, if you only want to learn one opener, that might be the better one. I've also heard that early Gluttony, when you're optimizing, like, early Shroud works pretty fine with the Dublin Shroud, whereas early Gluttony has this awkward optimization where you have to, like, split the Dublin Shroud or something weird like that. Thank you, not busy, Buzzy. Thank you very much. Yeah, the thing is that typically with these kinds of openers is that people forget that the power difference between those two openers is reasonably small. So, like, yes, you are trying to get, like, the maximum damage possible. You're not going to get the top pass if you're not doing the optimal rotation for the specific fight in question. But the difference is tiny. The key reason why it's important to say this is because there's a lot of people that genuinely believe that you are quote-unquote trolling. I don't know why people have decided to use that word for that. That's not what that means. If you're not using the perfectly optimal opener that does 0.1% more DPS or something like that. If you meet someone who says that's trolling, ask them if it would perhaps be more trolling if you didn't use Enshroud at all. Because that is closer to actually trolling. Yeah, I could see that, Gabriel. Like, if you're in a group specifically intent on, like, passing, and getting the maximum damage, then yeah, you could argue that it's trolling because you're specifically joining a group that wanted to do the maximum damage and then you're not even doing it. Like, I can see that. But the way people use the word is completely off. Lexi says I was holding my cooldowns and still not dying. Next time I'll just Dark Knight. Well, there you go. It looked like, from what I could see, that the biggest problem I ran into throughout the duty was that I wasn't sure when I needed MP, and I wasn't sure when Lucid Dreaming was available, so... like, you saw at the end, I had like 3k MP, and sometimes I couldn't attack. Potentially because I didn't have MP. Right. Let's see then. Do you prefer keyboard or controller? I have never played Final Fantasy XIV on a controller. And any game that offers a keyboard and mouse option, I will play with keyboard and mouse over a controller. I have a controller, but I basically never use it. Do we want, just checking here, do we actually want a walk only at all? Because I had that one last time. You know what, I'll just put it on. If you don't want it, then you will just not vote on it, I suppose. Lexi says you were at half health at the final boss. Yeah. See, that's the thing, is that I try to use an AoE heal every so often, but I have no idea if I needed healing, right? I mean, Derby, I still play... I play Monster Hunt on mouse and keyboard, and I specifically could not finish Generations Ultimate because it was on the Switch, which means no mouse and keyboard. So, I really mean it when I say that I'm like allergic to keyboard, to controller. Hey Traverse, hope you're doing well. Hey Gassel, hope you're doing well as well. I'll also do this, just to be sure. Hey Robert, hope you're doing well. Keyboarding class. The addition of the clutch claw convinced me to use controller. But wouldn't it be easier to aim the clutch claw with a mouse? If it works for you. Are you winning? Well, Gazel, we managed to do expert with no UI, and we had one death. So I guess I'm winning. I guess we're winning. Right, so first person mode. If you would like to join me for level 90 roulette with first person mode, at least on me, come on over to me. I'm writing down names so that we eventually I don't repeatedly pick the same people. Does this work? It does look like we have enough people for at least one more group if there's anyone that wants to make a group too. I don't think you could have saved me if you saw what I did die to. Did you have that case of you stood in like 2 overlapping lines when the boss was dashing? Is it something like that? I will do this. Don't worry, I'll be blind enough as it is. It looks like we're in Dreamscape. Ooh, the most confusing part is going to be the camera snapping whenever I use something on someone. Yeah, we had Zav died during the second boss, but as Zav said, it was like they failed a mechanic and died for their mistake. I noticed, and I even rest them quite quickly, I would say. So that's why I know. Thank you, Zip. I'm standing on the one that was most healthy. Thank you, not busy. Ooh. 10,000 big ones. 10 big ones, just for that. This, like, the thing is, when we were talking about which jobs would be easier to play with no UI, this is also a case where I imagine potentially a melee job would be easier. Because, like, then you just have to run into the mobs and just, like, flail aggressively at the mobs, and then it kinda works. Whereas with, like, a ranged job, you're standing far away. Good luck targeting the mob you actually wanted to target. Impossible difficulty, both no UI and first person and black mage. Yeah, that sounds about right. Where's the person we're stacking with? Is it me? It's not me because I got pushed. I think I'm under the boss. Yes. Yeah, for those that don't know, enemies become invisible if you're too close to them. Isn't it a shame that they don't use the larboard starboard thing on this boss? Has it not learned to name its attacks like that yet? This is the way forward. I found the treasure. Blap. Now that would be an interesting mechanic, Punk Fiddler. I imagine part of the reason why they might simply not do a mechanic like that is because I have a feeling that some people would get extremely nauseous from this. And it's also, it's very janky. Every time I use an attack, it snaps my camera to face the person who happens to be the target of it, which is very confusing. I'm just kind of expecting it, so it's not as bad, and most of my attacks on AoE packs, I'm just spamming AoE on me. Like, it's a good thing I'm not Astrologian, isn't it? Hey, Zach. Hope you're doing well. Would Legacy Camera solve that? I don't think so. Because when you're in first-person mode... well, first of all, Legacy would not solve it because the only... your character will still snap to face the person that you're targeting. That's how the game works. It's just that if you're on Legacy controls, it's for a single frame, so you can't actually see it. But if you're in first-person mode, your camera is your face. That's the reason why if I turn my character with left-click instead of right-click, where left-click doesn't actually turn my character, then it will actually snap my character back to facing the way it's actually facing once I let go. I'll show you now. Look, I'm running forward. Turn left with left click. Turn left with right click. So if you went to Legacy controls, it might be even more chaotic. I'm not going to test this in the middle of a dungeon, but we could mess around with that after the dungeon. Yeah, exactly, because first-person mode kind of attaches your camera to your character's head. Whether the character moves based on the camera's position or the character's position is irrelevant because the camera is attached to the head. So it probably wouldn't do very much. Slightly obscuring the attack names was an upgrade that was added later. Omega realized I don't actually know which number I have. I have no clue. I'll just run over here. I couldn't even see. I can't turn up enough. Yeah, exactly, Ogni. That's kind of also the problem, is that the reason why your camera snaps to face, the camera faces to snap my target every time, is because I have the setting on that makes me snap to face my target when I attack. And you can go into the settings and just turn that off, but speaking from experience, you don't want that. I know that there are a very, 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 very small but not non-existent part of the player base that believe that it's good to do that. It's fine. Now, I haven't seen them play, and I would imagine that they clip their GZD a lot more because they're not facing the correct way when they're clicking an action. It's a guess. You've seen me play. See, that's also the thing, is that this is a case once again of what's it called? You know how people say that all clickers are bad, but for each clicker you meet that is bad, you might have played with 10 or more clickers that play so well or just fine, so you can't even see it. But I will say that if I'm in first person, there's a very small chance that I'm actually facing, naturally facing the correct way to use my attack when I click it. So it would be, it would basically mean that I get like less of this snapping of camera, but then I just get less of actually being able to use my actions. Yeah, that's the thing. Now you two of you just said, no, actually I used that, and I didn't know that. Like I had no idea that specifically you were playing like that necessarily, because I can't see that it's whether it's a problem or not. I'm a clicker when I'm eating. And that's actually the funny thing, Matthew. That's also why when I was making my video on discussing different UI options and like playing settings, that a key thing that I emphasized was like, if you're like that, that it wasn't necessarily about whether you could or couldn't turn with like keyboard or mouse. That wasn't actually the important part. The part was more that the mouse is typically superior at doing that, and the keyboard is typically superior at doing the actually using your actions part. But it's not particularly important, is it? Like if you're playing well enough, that's what I usually say, is that if you're playing just fine with your setup, then there's nothing wrong. But if you're limited in some way by the way that you play the game, then there is a problem. Like, for example, some players that just don't know how to play around. Like, there's the classic that there's a lot of Savage Raiders that are like, all people that use standard movement controls are bad, because, again, they see those that don't understand how to play around it, that backpedal and then die because they don't move in time for a mechanic. But they just don't notice all of the ones that actually play around it, right? They don't notice the ones that just, turn 90 degrees and strafe, because it doesn't matter. Like, the important part is whether you get, whether it's limiting you or not. That is the thing that actually matters about this whole conversation. So that's why I'm not saying that you have to do one or the other. Licky, you know what that sounds like? That sounds like you have made a poor decision by making necessary keybinds on your mouse pad. And the reason why I say that is because you say standard movement controls were actually really bad for me because I need my mouse hand on numpad sometimes, and then I can't move properly. But you can't turn properly if your hand isn't on the mouse. So we can probably agree that you've just admitted that there is a particular limitation in your decision on your controls. If it isn't causing any major issues for you, that's fine, but that is how we observe these problems that might need changing. Exactly, and then complain as if it's a game. Let's see, Matthew says, I'm fine with people playing standard plus autoface right up to the point they died running in an unexpected direction. And then complain as if it's a game or fight issue. Yes. That's the thing, is that if you're playing with those controls, it's important that you understand the limitations of those controls. And the only time I actually latch on to people going, my controls are bad because blah blah, or I can't do this, or I can't do Y, is mainly if they say I can't do this thing that I want, need, or have to do. Because that means that there's something wrong with your controls because everyone else can do it. Like, presumably everyone else can do it. Deirdre says, I used to be a clicker for something like 2 decades. Eventually I finally tried using the numpad, which was nice except for needing a third hand. Now I use an MMO mouse and it's surprisingly nice. There you go. I started, like, when I turned on World of Warcraft for the first time, like 2 decades ago, something like, I realized immediately that the main hotbar, like the first hotbar, was keybound, like from 1 to 0, and then I believe it was dash and equal sign. Equal sign is not a pressable button on a Danish keyboard. Plus is. I can also inform you that dash and plus are not between 0 and backspace. Plus is, but this like I would have to swap these two for that to be accurate, and it's not dash that is the other one. So like, it's slightly off. Essentially, what I'm getting at. But the fact that it was keybound immediately taught me that, oh, I'm supposed to click those. And then I put the buttons I used the most on that bar. I didn't figure out how to actually keybind the rest of my hotbars or if I ever wanted to until years later. MMO controllers? That's a good question. I think I've seen pictures of like a controller with an entire keyboard in the middle, like a mini keyboard. Oh right, that was something we wanted to test, right? This is legacy controls. I'm guessing I'm backpedaling right now. You can hear it on the footsteps. I'm backpedaling now, but this is legacy control. So basically, as someone said, legacy type is just standard if you go in first person. But part of the reason why I've always played standard is because standard type controls is like, that's how World of Warcraft works, for example. So yeah. Warcraft Traveler says equal is not a pressable button in any keyboard. Well, then we know that. I don't know why it was equal, but it was genuinely dash equal signs. Were like, why? Right then. But yeah, whether you play on Legacy or Standard doesn't matter. Whether you like how you play the game isn't important. The important part is whether that is limiting your ability to play or not. If it's not limiting you, then who cares, right? Matthew says equal is a button on English keyboards. There you go, Warcraft Traveler. Now you learned something else as well. I have to hold shift and press 0 to get an equal sign. And I have no idea where the equal sign is on an English keyboard. Right. Next to backspace. Is dash then to the left of that? Well, then it means that the default keybinds for World of Warcraft, and by the way, I believe also Final Fantasy XIV when I installed it, pretty sure, is an English keyboard. Isn't that weird? But, yeah, the thing is, you could, of course, just change it to something else. I imagine part of the reason that they just did it like that is because 12 buttons worked well, and it's like the majority of the top row on your keyboard. But I don't think the developers of, like, World of Warcraft, or Final Fantasy XIV for that matter, expected you to actually keep it that way and genuinely, legitimately lift your hand from WASD and press 0. Not necessarily, at least. Warcraft Traveler says, so it's not pressable with your hands on WASD. I mean, that doesn't, like, also, on the other hand of what I just said, you don't have to have your hands on WASD all the time. This isn't a shooter. Like, watch this. Mouse hand. Keyboard hand. Mouse hand. Keyboard hand. So if you need to press 0, but you also have to run forward, and you don't have an MMO mouse, you just, like, you're running forward, then you just do this. What button is to the right of L on Danish keyboards? Yes, my camera's flipped. Guy has 3 hands. The third hand is down here, exactly out of view of the camera. We got oh. Third hand is the manatee pressing buttons, just ready to battle. I don't think I can actually do this. Manatee stream when? What would a manatee stream be exactly? Well, it does look like a walk only is the winner, but it does seem like it's getting less landslide victory-ish. 5 hours of manatee staring into the camera. I have seen some channels where they do this thing where they just have like a stream running for days just to have like a chat window open or something. And like that, not much is happening on screen necessarily for those. April Fool's stream, go to a zoo and just film a manatee for a few hours and show that. That would be pretty good. Right, if you'd like to join me for 5, 6, 7, 8, come over to me. Right, so we have walk only. So the most interesting part is whether the rest of the group decides to wait for me or not. That's also the benefit that I can keep up once every 45 seconds by using Icarus. Una says I can walk too. That is up to you. It is just me that has to walk, but I will walk. I think the important part here... Oh boy. The important part here is to make sure we keep walking. Like, as much as possible. Da 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 da. This is going to be really hard to do a big AoE pull with, don't you think? Zelbaton Xanax. It's a fellowship of the crystal. No, we have to keep walking. Come on. We have to walk forward to the exit. You almost look menacing to those mobs. We're all JoJo. Oh, instead of running away, you're coming closer. I can't beat the pork out of you without getting closer. Oh, well then come as close as you like. Uh-oh. 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 Ow. You know, for a second there, I hoped that it was the kind of a labored leap where it also comes with an attached knockback. Yeah, I'm walking a lot on streams lately, aren't I? It's the Heidelin's Decree Challenge. What was the funny incident, Vince? I am become the Endwalker. Hi. Oh no. Oh no, I just realized this is going to be a problem. I think this is going to be a problem. And I don't think this is the... Is using that dash cheating? I don't think so. The challenge is that we have to be walking. And not running. And you have to make special strats where you just have to park someone under the balloon. Hey, Bad Angel and Fat Man. Hope you're both doing well. Yeah, true. This becomes chain pulls simply because we can't do the AoE pull. We can't make it. Vince says I was running Castlevania 69 dungeon. Nice. as Dark Knight. And second boss, the healer got instead somehow during Ice Phase, so I was waiting to use Living Dead to prolong keeping aggro. I ended up getting into Walking Dead right before the boss died. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think we had something like that recently where it was like, we're talking one swing away from exactly that happening. You know, the funniest part about that is that you had no other option. You would still have died in that moment, so you needed Living Dead. Walk only, not no running. Well, I think it's more interesting if we are allowed to use our actual actions. Hey Ymir, hope you're doing well. You had a haircut. Nice. We can do that separate. We could do that. Like if it's fun to do walk only, we can just make a separate. Actually, we could also like just expand it to that. That it's actually just walk. But the reason why I don't want to make that rule is because I could imagine there could genuinely be mechanics where we would have to get creative with these things. And if we make it too restrictive, then we just can't, and that's not super fun. And allowing actions to be used means that you can avoid that being a problem. Don't fight debuffs usually get removed after the fight? Yes, fight debuffs applied by the enemy, but not debuffs applied by yourself. And Walking Dead is applied by yourself. Thailand says, I once got hit with Doom just as the fight was over and the healers went into a cutscene. Oh, I guess that's what you meant, Saf. That's a good point. Get bottoms metal, walk only, no backpedaling. Yeah, then we can't actually beat it. Will Doom kill you through a tank invuln? Yes. That's part of the reason why tank invulns typically have this like little asterisk of doesn't work against all attacks. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, I can reduce the amount of Icarus I use. So I only use it when I have to, or if I have to. I've also mainly not made the restrictions too hard, specifically because it's only me who has to walk, but I do appreciate that my group decided to all join me. I wonder how many of these challenges the group actually joins in. Brap. I expected that to hurt a lot more. I'm coming over. I have a flemmer. To use. I'm coming. I'm almost there. Okay, I got it. Ow. I'm coming over. He's what? He's storm coming. Then he died. And now he's storm gone. Yeah, we actually, I do believe that we did test and found out that Bottom's Medal, the second boss, is unbeatable walk only. You need to be allowed to backpedal at least. And even if you're backpedaling, it's not easy. It's kind of strict. Weird how it's always the last one you kill that has the item you need. Isn't that peculiar? Tearcup says, what job roles do you think we'll get to the next expansion? Do you mean after Dawn Trail? Right. I would find it very shocking if we don't get a ranged physical by then. But I would also say that a new tank and a new healer would perhaps make sense. It would be a little absurd if we got a melee DPS again. Because then it would mean that we've gotten a melee DPS 3 expansions in a row. Although, there is the argument to be made that that if melee DPS is super popular, then it makes sense to add more there. The A says if they add a new healer, it will be weird to have an uneven amount of shield and pure healers. I think Ace, did you start on the game after Endwalker got introduced, or did you actually play before Endwalker? Viper will be using ninja gear. So anything of scouting should work. The reason why I asked that question, Ace, is because before Endwalker we had White Mage as the pure healer, Scholar as the barrier healer, and Astrologian had an action that allowed them to specifically swap between pure healer mode and barrier healer mode. So if they add a 5th healer, they would either introduce a 3rd variant or allow one of the healers to switch modes, perhaps. Or they might just go away from the pure healer, barrier healer style. There's also the possibility that it's perfectly fine with it being uneven. But before Endwalker, when we only had 3 healers, one of them was a switch, so to speak. And you just switched whatever you needed. It's also possible that they add a new healer that happens to be a pure healer, and then they just give Astrologian Diurnal Nocturnal Sect back, which was the way they could switch. But yeah, this expansion was when they made the change a little bit more obvious, because in Shadowbringers, and before Shadowbringers for that matter, it wasn't like a clear thing that, oh, there are pure healers and barrier healers. It was more that there was an observation that that White Mage has had a greater emphasis on pure healing, and Scholar has had a greater emphasis on barriers and stuff, and Astrologian could switch between them. And then in Endwalker they made it more clear. I don't exactly know what you mean by that, Gamernim. How do you mean they've been trying to get away from it for years? Because nothing in the White Mage and Scholar toolkit that I've seen over the years has indicated that they were actually trying to get away from it. Now let's walk all the way back. Okay. Hey, motherfucker. Hope you're doing well. Well, Warcraft Traveler, there's not necessarily a problem. Not necessarily. The reason why you could argue that there could be a problem is that, as it stands right now, your average balanced group has a pure healer and a barrier healer. Which means that in an 8-man, like, average group, you only have space for one of each, hypothetically. Which means that if you had an uneven amount, meaning you had 3 barrier healers or 3 pure healers, it would make it harder to find groups for the one with... potentially harder. That's the idea. It's the same as how you only get, like, you only need one of each damage roll. Well, Deirdre, the thing is, that's the average balanced group you only get when you're when you're putting a group together manually. Whereas random roulettes typically don't mind. Murphox, this is a time to spy at Emi and gift more memberships. I mean... What do you mean by that, Kylern? With we get like 400 MP from every lily? What do you mean by that? Oh, I see, Nim. I imagine that they said they wanted that and then realized that they couldn't really do that without it causing them to be too similar or something, or alternatively make the barrier healer in Scholar feel too strange or different. Here's well, let's hop on out. Kylern, I just want you to understand the reason why I think it's strange that you're specifically asking for just 400 MP is that using a Lily actually gives you 400 MP. You just don't realize it. The reason why you go low on MP is because you're attacking all the time, right? And you're going to do that. Which means that when you use a Lily, you're explicitly not using Glare. Glare costs 400 MP. Lilies cost 0. So every time you use a Lily instead of Glare, you save 400 MP. And every third time you use a Lily, you actually save 800 because you can use Misery afterwards. Although technically that's more so that the Lily generates a secondary, like an additional resource that can then be spent to save 400 MP. If you're running low on MP a lot as White Mage, the important things to remember is use your Lilies, use Ezai's on cooldown, And if you're on 2 stacks of thin air anyway, use one. 400 MP is better than 0. Matthew says, if it's content that matters, then people will usually adjust towards equal numbers of people on each healer, regardless of how many jobs each kind has. Exactly. And yeah, also use lucid dreaming, that's a good point. That is exactly the thing, is that means that if you actually check like passes and check like how many logs there are for different jobs in like, you will notice that typically, you can expect the average group to have 2 melee DPS, a ranged, and a mage, and you will have one of each healer, and you will at least not have 2 of the same tank. But the key difference here is that because of how barrier healers and pure healers function, it's very unlikely that you, like, it's a lot less likely at least that you will bring White Mage and Astrologian or Scholar and Sage. There are double barrier comps specifically, but those are like not the norm. Which means that if there was an extra barrier healer or an extra pure healer, what is likely to happen is that the amount of amount of usage of the healers in that particular group would just, the two ones that were there before would just lose some of their representation, and that would go to the new one. There's also the possibility that there would be less people that actually want to play the, you know, the old healers in the other category, but in terms of actual groups, they would still prefer to have one of each type. Punk Fiddler's his best use of thin air. Now, see, Punk Fiddler, the thing is, let's say no one's dead, no one needs AoE healing, and no one needs single target healing. Then you will sit on 2 stacks of thin air. That's the reason why we are saying make sure to use thin air. 400 MP is better than nothing. Is because if you don't actually need the healing, then it would actually be wasteful to use thin air and then go, well, it's most value if I use Cure 3, and then you just overheal for a combined 300,000 or something, because no one needed it. Even if it means you're saving 1,500 MP, you're saving 1,500 MP that you didn't need to use in the first place, so you didn't save anything. It's rather specific, Merfolk, and it's only duplicate shields, and it depends on the shield. And that is actually inaccurate, Mick. I actually went over this in a Mythbuster episode. The shields that overwrite are, if you use a shield on someone, and then someone else applies a shield of the exact same name, then the bigger one usually prevails. Which means that if you have a Sage use Creation Diagnosis on someone, and then a Sage that has worse gear than you uses Creation Diagnosis on the same target, then it doesn't get replaced. But if you have someone come over that applies a bigger Creation Diagnosis to the target, it will overwrite. Just as an example, this also applies to your average shield, which means that that if, for example, you had one Sage apply Heimer to someone, and then a different Sage applies Heimer to the same person, if I remember correctly, there's a possibility they stack, but shields have a tendency to overwrite, just like how damage buffs overwrite, and defensive cooldowns overwrite, and things like that. I'm pretty sure it specifically overrides Galvanize. I'll get to that. The priority, and again, I have done this, I've demonstrated this in a Mythbuster episode. I can't remember if it's like episode 1 or 2. Heimer doesn't stack, thank you for testing. The priority is, and the reason why there's a priority is specifically because Adloquiums galvanize and catalyze, and Sage's Creation Diagnosis and differential diagnosis and the creation prognosis don't stack with each other. You can only have one, so there has to be a priority list. The top priority is the creation diagnosis. If you have an Adloquium shield on you and a sage uses the creation diagnosis on you, in fact, if you have, let's see, how's it? If you have two of the same shield... Now I'm getting myself confused. Ah, right, now I remember. If you apply your creation diagnosis to someone, and someone else applies the creation diagnosis to that person, it will only get replaced if their shield is bigger. However, your creation diagnosis has priority over galvanize, which means that if a scholar comes about and uses Adloquium on the same person, then it does not matter whether the Adloquium shield would have been bigger, because your creation diagnosis ultimately takes priority, and there's nothing you can do about it. Try and use recitation. I was just about to say, only the catalyze goes through. The only way to replace your creation diagnosis is if you have a bigger your creation diagnosis. Why is that? Because the sage needs that diagnosis to break for their resource refund. The second priority, and this is the weird one. If you try to apply galvanize to someone who already has your creation prognosis, then it will always overwrite because it's not the same buff. Try and use sucker. The AoE shield. Also works. But that one actually goes both ways. And the scary thing here, and this is why scholars have a tendency to get quite cross with sages over this, is that this is always true. You will always overwrite if it is a different named shield, meaning galvanize and your creation prognosis are not the same shield. And yes, exactly, Seligasin. That is actually the weird thing, but here's a fun fact. Your creation diagnosis giving you adder stings was in the game when Sage was implemented. But your creation prognosis shields giving you adder sting when it breaks on yourself was an addition later. I don't remember if it was 6.1 or 6.2 or when it was, but it wasn't there on launch. So it isn't too surprising that they don't just make it, well, the shield on yourself has a special badge on it. It was 6.3. Exactly, it's probably a little detail they, like an oversight. It's also possible they just went, whatever. But yes. If you have... The reason why scholars have a tendency to get a little bit cross with sages over this is because it's insanely easy for a sage to apply an AoE shield, and because sages can apply their shield while moving, some sages will default to doing that for moving. Like, if a scholar is met with a surprise part where they have to run a lot, they'll just use Ruin 2. Like, it's better than nothing. Sages, if they run out of Toxicons to use, they might just go, I'll just apply shield to everyone. That's beneficial, right? That couldn't hurt a fly. And then you just have the scholar that just put up deployment tactics. And that's basically it. Pecky says, where does Gobskin fall in all that priority? Let's see here. We can test right now. Graham, can you use Gobskin whenever? Hey, Erdel. Hope you're doing well. I'm now cross with Kai by default. Me? Why me? I didn't do anything. I'm just demonstrating. Can you do it again? Just to test. Give me a Gobskin. Can you do it? Can you do a Gobskin while the barrier's holding? Because that's what I needed to know. Gobskin is equal to Galvanize in your creation prognosis. Pecky. But yeah, that is exactly why, Lexi, that I said that the average balanced group will use a pure healer and a barrier healer, but it isn't unlikely, like there exist groups that'll do something else, but your average group will be like one of each. And it's usually a clear choice if you're bringing double barrier most of the time. Brutal Shell and Heart of Corundum, what do you mean by that, Merfolk? What about them? Wouldn't the Gobskin need to be bigger to actually test the priority? Ham, did you miss the part where Gobskin overrode my bigger you've creation prognosis? Did you miss that part? Did you miss that? That's why I saw the result and immediately gave a conclusion, because I knew what the answer was. See, did you see how much smaller that shield was, and it still overrode? Merfolk asked about Brutal Shell and Heart of Corundum. It's very simple. The reason why... Well, it's not very simple. It is not too complicated. The reason why I even bothered to check Gobskin is because if you read the tooltip of Gobskin, it actually names Galvanize, your creation diagnosis and your creation prognosis as things it does not stack with, which means that they have a stack priority. Similarly, if creation prognosis and your creation diagnosis name the other two as things they don't stack with. Now, Brutal Shell does not name anything it doesn't stack with, which means, presumably, that Brutal Shell would only not stack with itself like most other buffs. And when I say most other buffs, there are buffs that do stack with themselves. Without neutral sect shield from Astrologian. Neutral sect shields have actually always stacked, it turns out. Back in Shadowbringers, they stacked for some reason. But again, doesn't say that it doesn't, so they do. And yes, TBN has the... I believe TBN has the second highest priority of barriers in general. And now you might be saying, the second highest? What could possibly beat TBN? Reaper's Arcane Crest, for some reason, is higher priority than TBN. Which means... don't put your TBN on the Reaper if you're not certain they'll take enough damage for them both to break. And the reason is actually very logical. As far as I know, not done that much testing, but here's an interesting thing in terms of break priority. Because that's what Punk Fiddler asked about. I'm not saying that they don't stack. I'm saying that if you have TBN and Arcane Crest on the same person, Arcane Crest will break first. Here's an interesting observation that I made. If you get a critical Youth Creation diagnosis, now wouldn't that have been awesome if I got one? When you get a critical Youth Creation diagnosis, which I never get when I need one, I think I spent all my luck yesterday when I got them back to back on Shiva Extreme. Anyway, when you do that, you additionally get the differential diagnosis on top of the Youth Creation diagnosis. The break order of Youth Creation diagnosis and differential diagnosis is Youth Creation diagnosis breaks first. The reason being that the Sage would prefer if the regular shield breaks first, because then you get Adder Sting. It matters which order they break in. For Scholar, however, if you get a critical at Locrium, then Catalyze will break first, as far as I know. The reason being that you might prefer to have your Galvanize whole to use deployment tactics. And you don't care about which one breaks first, so it's beneficial if Galvanize breaks second. Understanding that the break order of barriers is directly tied to the thing that the actual user would prefer means that it makes perfect sense that Arcane Crest would break first. Why? The Dark Knight would prefer, and so the most of the group would probably prefer, if TBN breaks first in a burger stack of barriers, because TBN has a rather short duration and it gives a rather significant payback if it breaks first. So the Dark Knight would prefer if it breaks first. But Reaper's Arcane Crest has one, a shorter duration, like an even shorter duration, and two, also a payback, like some sort of gain from it breaking, and the Reaper used Arcane Crest, and the Reaper would prefer if Arcane Crest breaks first. The Dark Knight would obviously prefer if TBN breaks first, but the Dark Knight is the idiot who put TBN on the Reaper, because the Reaper obviously wants Arcane Crest to break first. And most of the other barriers have a similar situation where they have a longer duration than these things like TBN, so they don't need as high of a priority. Even if, for example, for Sage, they would really like it if they had a higher priority. And that's kind of the priority list, where I believe it goes Arcane Crest, TBN, Youth Creation Diagnosis, and then there's the rest of the cast, you could say. Punk Finder says, how about Shadeshift? I don't see the thing is, I know where the priority lies for some of the most important shields, but the massive amount of shields there are, the ones that have no payoff, you don't actually mind if it doesn't break, they are all just in the mishmash known as random order. There's probably a priority. There's probably shields that break before Shadeshift. There's probably shields that break after Shadeshift. But Shadeshift, the ninja doesn't actually care. You use it, and if it breaks, excellent. If it doesn't, nothing lost. So it's probably not. It's probably in the low priority. I'm pretty sure it's that order, but you might, it might be better if you test. The thing is that when I went to test this, I was more focused on the TBN thing, because I was in a duty with Ardell helping me to test, specifically to kill the myth that, and this is the thing, I made a whole video on this, a whole Mythbuster video on it. The test that I was making when I made this particular discovery with the shield priority was the claim that went something like, don't put shields on your Dark Knight, it will prevent their TBN from breaking, which is false. Because TBN is such a high priority that the Dark Knight would actually have to actively go out of their way to put their TBN on a Reaper for there to even be an opportunity to intercept it. Nim says, I remember when Catalyze broke second and everyone was mad about that deploys. Do you get a bigger shield if a warrior uses Thrill of Battle before a Scholar uses Protraction? See, the weird thing here, the thing that makes this complicated, is that Shake It Off dispels Thrill of Battle. And I'm wondering whether what the order is. A little hard to see with this many shields. Still looks like 15% to me. Or 17%, I suppose. Yeah, exactly, Zav. That is the logical conclusion. And yeah, exactly, Girheen. If the TBN... see, the thing is, if a Reaper has both Crest and TBN and the TBN doesn't break, but the Crest does... The weird thing here is that it is possible. It's possible that... so the reason why it matters a little bit is because Arcane Crest is 10% while TBN is 25%. So pose it as a math question. You have a Reaper. They use Arcane Crest, which shields 10% of their HP. A Dark Knight also uses TBN on them, which shields 25% of their HP. Nope, TBN is 25%. I believe Radiant Aegis is 30%. The question is then... Arcane Crest breaks first if you take damage. If you take enough damage for Arcane Crest to break, but TBN does not break, is it possible that if Arcane Crest was never used, TBN would have broken just the same? And the answer is yes, because you have a 10 and a 25. If you take 11%, then no, then TBN would not have broken. If you take a total of 26% damage, then Arcane Crest breaks and TBN loses a majority of its HP. But if you had no Arcane Crest, then TBN would have broken instead. So there is a situation where a Dark Knight might use TBN on the Reaper to help them, only for the Reaper to screw over the Dark Knight. That's true, Kylan. Oh, for some reason I thought you were thinking of Shake It Off. I don't know why I thought that, but yeah, if you have a warrior use, well, the order doesn't matter. The order doesn't matter. If you use Thrill of Battle and Protraction, so you have a warrior use Thrill of Battle and you have a scholar use Protraction, the order doesn't matter. Then yes, the Adloquium will be bigger, and because deployment tactics just copies the shield that is already there, it will duplicate that bigger shield to everyone else. And thank you for testing, Silica-sen. With that said, we should probably get back on track with the duties. You're running out of options. Exactly, Green. It's actually not tea time. We actually had recently, I believe it was Caetsu, who was doing was researching how to get the biggest possible barrier. And if you want the biggest possible barrier, you will need both a scholar and a sage and a white mage in your group all at once, because they all have ways to increase the healing someone receives, and you also need the target to be a warrior because of Thrill of Battle. Right, I should also do this. But yeah, indeed, barrier's weird. Brontome says, so I work at a production plant in Southern California that is run by Chinese people at a station, and glanced over the safety glove, and it was only written in Danish. That's, how does that happen? How did they get that? What does White Mage have that increases healing done by other people? They don't have something that increases healing done by other people. They have something that increases healing received by other people. Asylum increases healing received by 10%. And for anyone curious, Temperance increases the healing done by the White Mage, not anyone else. A very commonly spoken language in the US, Danish. I have heard that, like, the weirdest thing is I have heard that there exists, like, Danish food specialty stores in the US. I'm like, what would you sell there? You could, yeah, Kylan, the thing is, you could add a whole bunch of jobs to that. You could add monk and bard. We have the whole list. Someone like Caetsu made a thread on the Discord community server where we figured it out. You can get a shield over 200,000 HP is what we estimated. Right, so we have left hand only, which means I'll be doing this. Exactly, Derby. What is a popular Danish cuisine specifically? They sell potatoes. Right, if you want to join me for left hand only leveling roulette, come over to me. I'll only do left hand once we're inside. What's the largest single shield? That's the, I believe those 200,000 was one of them, but not 100% sure. Astrologian shield, 200. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Do you mean this? This shield that is a 200% of 200 potency? It's a 400 potency shield. I believe Adloquium is over 500 potency. $300 times 1.8. It's 560, right? Whoops. 540, sorry. But that's still more than 400. Just zoom out fully. Is it always this? That is actually an excellent question. Also, with my current keybinds, this is going to suck, kind of. Uh-oh. Are shield percentages multiplicative or additive? What do you mean, Mick? I don't understand what you mean. Like, on the tooltips? What do you mean? The way they work is that they say, like, if you use Adloquium, it says it's a 300 potency shield. Like, it's a 300 potency heal, and it shields you for 180% of the healing done. Which means that it literally says if it heals for 10,000 exactly on the money, then the shield will be 18,000 exactly. It does it like, and healing stacks multiplicatively. Is that what you mean? You're trying to create a bigger shield. Mick, I have a video about diminishing returns. It also describes how buffs stack. Anything that isn't a chance stacks multiplicatively. That means that Battle Litany, which increases your crit chance by 10%, stacks additively with Devilment, which gives you 20%. They also stack additively with your actual crit chance. But all other percentages, basically all other percentages, stack multiplicatively. Which means that if you have crasses and fisses up, you will get 20%, and then you have 120%. And then you will get 10% of those 120%, leading you to 132%. Hope that clears things up. I do have a video from a little bit ago on the subject of how diminishing returns work. And I go over it in detail in that video if you want to be absolutely sure, Mick. Thank you, Aradel. Aradel Gilano posted the video on that particular subject. If you feel fancy, I can't see what color is he. He's a minus. Okay. Yeah, no worries, Mick. It is a thing where, like, the thing that really got me was that I had no idea what you meant. But yeah, sometimes just looking at a percentage can trick you into thinking something is bigger than it really is. That's the funny thing, is that Astrologian Celestial Intersection isn't actually, like, it's a decent shield. Because it's 400 potency. 400 potency is actually more than it feels like, I would say. Well, I don't know how to open that menu again. Baby shield compared to what you're used to. Well, I mean, if at Loquium is 540, then I mean Celestial Intersection is pretty good. Like I use EF Creation Diagnosis a ton, and that's I believe also 540. I think. And yeah, also to add to what Bad Angel said, if you have multiple shields, they're obviously just all flat amounts. Just added in extension of each other, if there's any confusion about that. But I had a feeling that's not what Mick was asking about. And it also... That's actually true. That is a good point, Matthew. Divine Benison cannot crit because it doesn't heal. It just applies a barrier. Which means that Celestial Intersection has the capacity to be bigger. Is Divine Benison 500? But then again, we have the question then of if we're talking pure shield value here, then the question is whether then Celestial Intersection is 400 with a chance of being over 600. And Divine Benison is just a safe 500. But if we also include the healing, then Celestial Intersection is even better. The hardest part here, I feel, is actually not delaying my GCD. But other than that, this is fine. This is perfectly manageable. It's exceptionally helpful that I can just press F buttons to target whoever I need to target. No one saw that. This is easy. Smash cut to me just smashing my face into the wall. I'll say this feels easier than playing without UI. But I think first person was even easier than that. In my opinion. Yeah. Oh no! Naomi, you're stuck now. You'll need to find a prince. Well, Punk Fiddler, something that is worth keeping in mind is that Divine Benison still is affected by healing bonuses, as far as I know. And I don't think the problem with Adloquium being a little bit busted is actually, and for that matter, Eucrasian Diagnosis when it crits, the problem isn't that it can crit. The problem is that it double dips when it crits. Like, that's the real problem here. Like, it never needed to give 2 barriers when it crits. It was perfectly strong enough with just giving you 1. Like, the reason why Adloquium feels so insane when you get a crit is because you get a crit, which increases the power of the heal itself by 40 to 63%, depending on your crit stat. Which, of course, also increases the size of the shield by 40 to 60%. And then it just gives you an extra shield. So if we say it's 50%, then when you use Adloquium, you get, 100% shield value. When you crit, you get 300% shield value. So you get 3 times more value by just that example alone. So like that's where I think there is like a little bit of a break in the matrix or something where it gets a little too powerful, is specifically that the catalyze part wasn't needed, in my opinion. And that also makes it a lot more insane when you compare it to something like Divine Benison, which can't crit at all. Should they move the double dipping to AoE shields only, do you think? I mean, double AoE shields don't even have that functionality in the first place. Is crit Adlo not also better than crit diagnosis? Nope, they're equally big. It's just that a crit Adlo you can use deployment tactics on to make it an AoE one. Which is what makes it mean more when you get a crit Adlo, is because you can use deployment tactics on it. But they're actually the same size. I suddenly realized that it was really hard for me to, on a dime, do Alt 0. I think it would be a bad idea if they put the double dipping shield thing on AoE shields, because it would just make the randomness of applying AoE shields even more insane. Like, you use Sucker and half of your raid gets a crit, the other half doesn't. Those that get the crit survive, those that don't die. Exactly. Well, Mick, I actually had my hand all the way over there anyway. It was just that I was like, well, where's my Alt key? I have 2 options. I could have just done it the easier way, which is this, and it wouldn't be no problem. But I was like, I had completely forgotten where Alt was for a moment. Did not mean to do that. Exactly, Nem. The silliest part about all this is that when last week, when I made like the twist stream for Warrior, before the stream I checked like, can I use Alt GR for this? And I could. So I knew that I could. But when I had to do it on a dime, like because the mechanic was going to pull me in, I was like, what's the button again? Yeah, Altger. Oh, I don't have that song. That went well. That went well. The weirdest part was me, like I had my hand on my keyboard like this the entire time, because then I could press FFXIV and doses without moving my hand, which indeed meant that every time I had to move, I moved my hand over to move. On the topic of healers, do you have any requests for Dawn Trail? The thing that I would want is I would like it if they decided on something. Because what it feels like right now is that healers have an exceptionally simple attack rotation, and a large amount of their healing is like, it feels like healers are like, most of their healing is just, you know, they just do it for free almost, and they don't actually truly really have to heal unless something goes wrong or you're like in a savage context or something. My perspective on that is that I would like it if healers were made more complex, because it feels like healers have been made simpler and simpler, especially in Shadowbringers and Endwalker, to make them more easily approachable, if that makes sense. But based on what I've seen, making the healers simpler so that more people can play them changes nothing, because what happens is maybe some people will pick up healing as a result of, oh, healing is not so hard, I could do this. But then on the other end of the spectrum, there are people that then stop playing healer because it's too simple now it's boring. So we just end up with the same amount of healers, which is to say, making healing simpler and simpler and simpler to make sure that anyone could do it doesn't help anyone, because we have the same number of healers anyway. The people that don't want to heal not because healing is too complicated, it's because they don't want to heal, right? Like, the reason is they don't actually want to heal. And making healing simpler is only going to make them be even more like, well, why would I play healer when I could play DPS or tank even? What I mean by that is I want healers to get more complex. What I mean by that is that there are two key ways they can do that, and this is something I talked about before, but I want them to either give healers an actually involved attack rotation of some sort with a bit more than this. They don't need like a full 1-2-3 combo. I don't think that would actually add very much. I would settle for giving them like, don't give all of them the same thing, but like give one of them an additional dot with a different timer to maintain. Like White Mage used to have Aero 2 and 3, and they lasted 24 and 18 seconds respectively. So you had to like manage both timers at the same time to not forget one, and they would not line up very often. If you give one or two of the healers an extra dot to maintain, and specifically don't make it 30 seconds. Don't make it 45 seconds, Bards. Make it like 24 seconds or 18 seconds. I would even settle for 15, which would still be bad, because it would align with the main dot every other time. Give them an additional dot to maintain. Then give the other healer something else to maintain. The only reason I would suggest this is if the way the developers want healers to go is that they're basically green DPS now, then make it feel like that. Make them actually feel like a green DPS instead of you just spamming 0 all day, right? Give us something more. If the developers actually don't want that, like if that's not what they want and they don't know how they ended up here, then my other suggestion is, and I think that actually aligns with what Punk Fiddler said. My suggestion is remove a lot of the OGCD healing options. I actually like the idea of more stuff where you use an OGCD to empower your next GCD to do something. That is something I think is really nice. That's a really good idea, like Zoe, deployment tactics, emergency tactics, those kind of things. Pepsis, like an OGCD that does nothing unless you first invest a GCD. Those are fine, those are good, we can keep those. But a lot of these OGCDs are so good that they make GCD healing look idiotic. I'm reasonably confident that people would still use Keracholi as is if it was a GCD. All this, you could put that on a GCD and it would still be kinda good. Like, it wouldn't be amazing anymore, but it would still be, and it would, in a lot of situations, it would be better than Yev Creation Prognosis. And in some situations, it might even be better than Yev Creation Diagnosis, depending on context. They should, of course, adjust the numbers, but what I'm saying is remove a lot of the OGCD healing so you actually have to heal instead of just attacking all the time, and then make things work on the GCD bar. Because if they just remove a bunch of OGCDs, then you're just back to casting Cure 2, which is also not very fun. But, like, that's my suggestions. It's not exactly a wish list, it's more like, what we have right now reminds me of Summoner in Shadowbringers. Summoner tried to do 4 things or something all at once. 4 or 5 things, and it did none of them particularly well. Because it was trying to be a pet job, but only like half of the time. It tried to be a dot job, but not really. It didn't really actually it wasn't really interested in maintaining it. It was just like something you could do. It was trying to be like a big summon burst job, but only like half of the time, right? Like, it felt like it was trying to be too many things all at once, which meant it didn't feel like it was doing anything. It was just doing all of the things kinda half. And that's kind of where we are with healers right now. Nim says pets are just dots, change my mind. Dots snapshot your stats. Pets don't. Mic drop. And exactly, Lexi, that is also what I started by saying. That right now, healers have so many options that you basically don't need to GCD heal unless something goes wrong or you're like in a savage situation. And the thing is, they don't have to rebalance ultimates by removing tools insofar that they would just have to make the distinction that they have to expect healers DPS a little bit less. Because I'm not saying that healers have to be weaker, I'm saying that they need to use their GCD for healing. That's basically what I'm suggesting. Which means you could nerf healers' ability to heal with OGCDs without actually nerfing their ability to actually heal. So the only thing you would need to do is, like, let's say that you need healers who take care of like 10% of the damage done on live, hypothetically. Then if this change makes it so that healers actually only can attack for 3% of that, then the bosses need to have like that much less HP. That's the only thing. Philippe says move their damage to OGCDs maybe? That sounds like a terrible idea. Right. Given that the last challenge we had on the list was mouse only, I guess we're doing that next. In trials, I guess. The reason why I think OGCDs for attacking would be a terrible idea is specifically because that means you're weaving every GCD to attack. I don't think you want that. Right, if you want to join for trials, come on over to me. Just figuring out my notes here. Indeed, Sarikasen. That is kind of the idea, is that right now we've gotten so deep into how little GCD healing do I need that it's not so much about how little GCD healing you can do. It's more like it has shifted from it's a good thing if you don't have to use a GCD heal to becoming it's a bad thing if you do. Which is like, this is something I've talked about before, in that back years ago, essentially, the 2-minute burst wasn't a thing. The burst window was a thing, but it was a lot harder to time, and it was a little weird because many raid cooldowns had different timings. It was rare enough that people were just happy to see it, as far as I know. Like, people were excited if they managed to align all the buffs 6 minutes into the fight, because that meant you both managed to align the 1 minute, 90-second, 2 minute, and 3 minute raid buffs in the same moment, 6 minutes into the fight. They somehow didn't drift. It's become like that now that that because raid buffing is as easy as it is with bursts every 2 minutes, that it is becoming a case of, if you can't make your burst align properly in like difficult content, that's bad rather than it's good if you can. And healing is kind of in the same boat like this. And I kind of disagree with you on that, Nim, if you're talking about the healing thing, because based on what I've heard from people that actually played in Heavensward, the concept of, wait a minute, healers could be attacking more was something that was kind of discovered really in Heavensward. Like that there were fights that actually required it. And I don't think it just on a dime changed from this, changed this perspective for everyone. What I'm talking about here is that when raid buff burst windows were more difficult to align, this concept of, like, we'll get to the trial in a moment, this concept of you have to do it or you're bad is something that might have been the case in, like, among the best of the best. But nowadays in Endwalker, because it became a lot easier to do, it has like spread like wildfire. That it suddenly became something that really good Savage Raiders did it, to more casual Savage Raiders did it, to the point where there's a very real possibility that some people, not many, but there exist people that are disappointed when you don't do the raid burst right in a normal of some kind. Because it is this easy, it is spread because anyone, quote-unquote, anyone can do it. And it's the same kind of thing where healing, at some point you realize, well, you could be attacking all this time. And everyone just has to both realize it and then decide to do it. And then decide to expect it. I believe it was already a thing already in A Realm Reborn, specifically because of things like Cleric stats. And Scholar's Lust Rate used to heal percentage-based. Right, by the way, I will of course be doing it mouse only, which means I don't plan on using the thumb grid on my mouse, so I'll just I'm not taking it off. I'm just moving it back, so it's harder for me to click it by accident. It wouldn't surprise me if I did a few times by accident, though, because it's very deeply ingrained to squeeze my mouse to use doses. You can move it, yes, a little bit. You can see it's a little further back. Oh my god! Can I have a moment? How was it again? There we go. Okay, I'm ready now.
Our hunt ends this day. There is nowhere you can flee that we cannot follow.
Even stars must die.
This is possibly one of the worst things I could have gotten as a try. Uh-oh. You had two heal. That is true, but we are both barrier healers at the very least. Oh. Galaxius.
Utterly futile.
Bleh. Time for my signature move. Barbs on the arena. Bleh.
This is a kindness.
Oh, I thought they exploded bigger for some reason.
Known despair.
Hubris. Huge bris.
We have seen
40 minutes in progress on Endsinger. That sounds like 7 sprouts. Yeah, we're doing mouse only right now, Sixpack.
the same end. Again and again.
Although I would be shocked if I saw someone actually play just like this with just like a free hand if they had the option to use a second hand. I mean, I could imagine some people would play like this because they're eating with the other hand. No music? There is music, it's just a little quiet. They're playing Nahil in a 90 dungeon. I mean, I could do this a lot more easily if I was allowed to use my thumb grid. Then this would have been incredibly easy. Like it would have been trivial in comparison to this. But because I have to click everything, it's a little harder.
A sorrow so deep only emptiness remains.
Yeah. What job has the most APM required to function? I think it's like... Is it ninja? Or machinist? Something like that? Now, when you say required to function, what exactly do you mean?
'Tis so lonely between the stars.
Yeah. Not Monk? I don't know. I feel like Monk has like... They have a decently high like APM all the time, but Ninja isn't that far behind, and then you have the mudras that you need to use afterwards. Or on top.
We have seen the end.
That was an amazing combo, Lexi. I set up my Euphrasia prognosis, used Pepsis, as you set up a crit low to use deployment tactics. That was amazingly well timed by accident. Uh-oh.
The same end. Again and again.
I can't remember which one. Ugh. It's very bright over here in a rock detonation land. Uh-oh. 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 Can we all fit over here?
If there is no happiness in life, There is only one place it may be found.
That says that there was a post about it on Reddit a while ago. I do remember reading that, yeah. Ninja Machinist Bard? That sounds about right. Is that what we need right now? Do we get a free BLB for this? Can't remember. I sure hope we do, otherwise we're screwed now. I'm pretty sure we get a free BLB. We do, okay, good.
Oblivion. Dynamis. No matter. You only delay the inevitable. This is fate.
The thing is, once you start to really look at the APM of different jobs, you start to realize that there's a lot of jobs in the high end, but there are some that just go a little further beyond. Personally, I don't feel like Samurai is super high APM, but I can absolutely see Bard be super high APM. $45 to $50 APM. Just for anyone who doesn't know, remember, APM stands for actions per minute. Which means that at 50, you're nearly doing one... Yeah, exactly, you're doing nearly one thing per second. And Monk then doing one thing around every 2 seconds. Isn't that impressive? Like, yes, you're doing more than that, but if the baseline is one thing every 2 seconds, that's hard, right? To beat that.
What is this defiance? No. The hatred, the pain, the loss. We cannot suffer it again.
I was very happy that I did this the first time I did it as Scholar, because I realized that this felt like, when you do it the first time, it actually felt like a pretty significant heal check. Because she's like, this phase actually does a lot of raid-wide damage.
We've been here before.
How about Blue Mage? Blue Mage has a GCD of 2.5 by default. And while it does have, like, bursts, I don't think it comes close to a regular job.
To never give up. The hope will shine again.
These heal checks were harder, like, launch week. By a lot. And also recall that they hurt a lot more when we did it minimum item level on Small Kai. But there I was DPSing.
This can only end in misery and desolation.
Graham, did you attack immediately? Did you attack immediately? Blue Mage just... You see, the thing with Blue Mage is exactly when you're playing it optimally, you go like John Madden for 15 seconds. And then you have 15 seconds where you're doing nothing, which means that even if you had 60 APM for 15 seconds, which means you were doing one action per second for 15 seconds, after that you have 15 seconds where you have 0 APM. Which really pulls them down. I don't know, Phil. I found it was a very good challenge, but like, I mean, I did it, as I said, on like, I believe I did it Sunday morning when the game, like when Endwalker came out Friday. My uptime. Well, see, the thing is, and this is something I would remind everyone, is that when you get raised from death in the middle of a fight, you're completely impervious to damage, with the exceptions of like things that go through invulns normally, for 5 seconds, unless you do anything other than moving. Which means if you click sprint, gone. If you as much as try to use a spell, gone. Even if you don't finish it, I'm pretty sure it's still gone. Those 5 seconds are supposed to give your healer a chance to actually cast something on you. I didn't notice you was preparing a raid wide. See, the trick here is that those 5 seconds are for your healer to heal you and for you to orient yourself and go, what's happening? I was blacked out for a second. So you're supposed to give it those seconds and go, what's the boss doing? Before you cast Blizzard 3. You press Z is gone. Really? If you right-click the boss to begin auto-attacking, does invuln disappear? If Philippe's suggestion that pressing Z removes it, which unsheathes your weapon, removes it, then start like initiating auto-attack, taking your weapon out in a fight puts you in combat. You are in combat when you get raised in combat, Philippe. Like, you're still in combat with the boss. It's not entering combat that makes you lose the invuln. Graham unsheathed, didn't lose invuln, attacked with an auto attack and lost invuln. So you can unsheath. You can even do this and have this so that if you get close, you'll auto attack. But you have to actually do an auto attack for it to count, it seems. We just saw that Graham could unsheath and it didn't disappear until they auto attacked by getting too close. And we just tested it. Welcome to the home of Final Fantasy XIV Mythbusters. Around here, we don't just talk about it, we actually test things. Very dangerous to make a claim that is easy to test true or false. Unless you want to test it, of course. But yes, six pack. Anything other than basically doing this will remove invuln. If you try to do anything, using a potion, using lucid dreaming, sprinting, jumping doesn't, but if you use something that, like, any action at all, anything that has an animation log of any kind, or auto-attacking, gone. I don't know, Philippe. The problem is that with the res invuln is I'm pretty sure there was a time frame in Final Fantasy where it didn't give you a buff. You just had 5 seconds of invulnerability that would disappear if you did stuff. But it wasn't like explicitly a buff, so it can be difficult to know for certain. And back then, it would have been a lot harder to know exactly what broke it and what didn't, because it would be hard to test. Because you would have to, like, do the thing and then get hit to see whether it worked or not. Jump is a hot buy action. Well, I mean, this kind of jumping. But the jump action. But I know you're joking, Darth. But I do realize that some people might take that the wrong way. Right. I guess we just rewind the challenge list then. I will not include mouse only first because we just did that. Dragoon, I'm invincible! In fairness, if you use elusive jump to backflip off a large cliff out in the open world, you will take 0 damage and just teleport to the bottom. It does not work in real life, everyone, so don't try this at home. Try it at home. I mean, Philippe, I believe that one is more a case of if you don't understand precisely how such a thing works, it's easier to tell people, just don't do anything. Don't even unsheath your weapon. Just if you get rest, just don't do anything, please. It's a lot easier to do that. That's also I believe the origin of healers not being allowed to attack in MMOs is that there were a lot of cases where there were these big brain geniuses that were like, I mean, I have time to cast a little smite or a little wrath or a little doses or something. It's fine, probably. And then the tank dies. Because you were too focused on clicking your damage button and thinking, ooh, look at how efficient I am, and then the tank dies. So it was just easier to say, no, it's too important that you're healing. So just heal. We don't need your damage, so just heal. So like it's the same idea. I didn't even realize there was a jump in here, but I'm pretty sure that doesn't count as an action. I mean, technically, clicking this doesn't remove invuln either. But getting too close and doing the swing does, so there are apparently exceptions. It does work in real life, you just haven't learned elusive jump. Aha. Mia says I'm immortal till proven otherwise. That is true. That is true. But I don't think you want to try it. Here goes my plan for the weekend. It's also, that's actually a really interesting point, Kylan, with red mages dual cast. This is weirding me out. Let me fix this again. Dual cast. Because dual cast explicitly actually says that it's cancelled by executing any other action than an ability. Basically, OGCDs are okay. But weapon skills are not. Now, that of course leads to a lot of people going, but why does Sprint remove dual cast? And that's because dual cast, I'm guessing, is programmed to check if the thing you did was an OGCD, like specifically an ability. If you use an ability, it doesn't eat dual cast. But Sprint is not an ability. Which you can tell because Core here is an ability and it states so very clearly right under its name. But Sprint says nothing, which means that it is not an ability. Exactly, Punk Fiddler, and the reason why Sprint eats dual cast is exactly what I was saying. That is exactly what I was saying. Because dual cast goes, is this an ability? And you know the meme with the guy and the butterfly, is this an ability? And then Sprint says no. It doesn't say, is this a weapon skill or a spell? It says, is this an ability? And sprint is not an ability. Categorically, it's not an ability. So it doesn't count. So it eats dual cast. Just like Riposte eats dual cast. You can swift cast sprint. It doesn't have a cast time, but yes, you can. Because swift cast isn't removed by using another action. In fact, you can safely use Riposte without losing it. It's not a. It's actually not about whether it's a spell. It's about whether it has a cast time mainly. I guess it might be about whether it's a spell. We would have to see it on... we would have to see a mage with a weapon skill with a cast time to be able to know that for sure. Would teleport cancel dual cast? Yes! Apparently, yes. Let's see, there was also the question, does jump cancel it? Nope. Oh, right. Could you then swift cast a waiting cast in a quest? No, I don't believe so. Swift cast Soul So. Reaper doesn't have swift cast. Yeah, exactly, Sergasen. That's exactly it. Is that it's more interested in whether it has a cast time or not. Swift cast LB. Anyway, it does look like our winner once again is no UI. So we're going no UI in normal rates. I see that we're more than 8 here. So what I'll do this and say, if you want to join me for normal rates, come on over to me. Looks like we're that now this is exactly 7, doesn't I think? Yep. And yes, light speed does reduce the cast time of Res. The cat is pawing at Eos. It's a very bright dot on the screen. Aren't there blue mage abilities that have a cast time? I don't think so. There are a lot of blue mage spells that look like they should have a that look like they should be abilities, but I don't believe there are any blue mage abilities with a cast time. Anyway. Good luck to me. Oh! Pepsi Man with no UI. Now we can really enjoy the look of Pepsi Man. Pepsi Man! But how will he heal? I'll guess. I'll hope the other healer can heal. I hope my co-healer's real good. How do you enable no UI? By default, it is scroll lock on your keyboard. Should use Pepsis when fighting Pepsi Man. Well, whatever happens, I do see that my co-healer is a scholar, so good luck to your barriers, because I can't see whether I'm just intruding on them. I forgot to turn on animations for everyone, so it's really hard to see what people are doing, actually. So you have Gunbreaker and Paladin tanks. I'm in the awkward loop of, I'm pretty sure it's been a while since I used Physis, but I can't remember how long it's been. Hey Alisven, hope you're doing well. Yeah, that was a smart move. That we actually had tanks that spread, like that split up the hand, so that it wasn't just one taking the entire brunt of it. Yeah, were we in trouble? Did it go well? Does anyone know if it went well? I don't think we had any deaths. Pretty clean, I'd say. Yeah, I have to assume that it went well, based on what the people in the group said. Lexi was in the group and was healing, so... No one indicated they needed healing by lying on the floor. Right, so if you need a big heal, you have to use the /play dead emote. Oh, you don't have that one? Sorry. Guess you'll die then. Right. I guess we'll finish with an alliance raid. So I said this last week as well, but because there's going to be, you know, 16 players in the raid who has nothing to do with this, I'm not going to do some weird challenge that is going to impact my performance directly. However, I will do this. So I might be blind. Pet size all large, that's true. Here's a fun fact. Last week, when we did it, right? Some of you may remember that when we pulled Menfina, I believe. Okay, I believe we did Eurovision on top of Alliance Raid. My game crashed in the middle of the fight. You know what happens if your game crashes? You know what happens when your game crashes? It doesn't save any changes you made to your settings. I didn't realize. I didn't consider that until like a day later or something when I was like, oh right, pet size. And then I realized that the summoner in my group had a very, very tiny Bahamut. And that's when I remembered that because the game crashed, it changed back to the previous settings. It's probably a good thing it does that, because if what actually caused you to crash was something you set in your settings, it not remembering that might be a good thing. No way, the man with glasses is blind. What? I'm guessing everyone in the group wants to join. Do I need... should we wait? Should we see if we should make a group 2? Or is it like... Actually, let me just put it like this. If you want to come along for Alliance Raid Roulette, come on over to me. And then we'll see if we're more than 8. Not sure if intentional. I mean, my game crashed, and that was absolutely not intentional. It was a DX11 crash. We have 2. Should we split up in 2 groups then? Should we split up in 2 groups then? If we're 10, it would be better if we make 2 5-man groups. You think Emia's making group 2 then? Do we have two more volunteers to join group 2? See, 1 more volunteer to join group 2. That works. No. Come back here, Bob. Can we have a volunteer from group 2 come back here? Thank you. What are the next challenges? Fairy healing only, Scholar. See, the thing is, Punk Fiddler, I think we talked a little bit about this last week as well. If the challenge is actually not difficult for me, but makes it difficult for everyone else, then it's not a challenge for me. That is why my list doesn't include something like don't use defensive cooldowns or something like that. Because if I'm not allowed to use my tools, it just, like, if I'm tanking, it means the healer has more work to do. If I am not allowed to use my tools as a healer, it means the tank has more work to do. Or worse, in an alliance raid, it means everyone else has more work to do, just because I'm slacking, essentially. That's why the challenges are something silly, like, if I'm good enough, I can do everything. But there's nothing that says I can't, like, there's no rule that says, oh, you can't use that ability. It's just about whether I have the capacity to do it. Hams is a stupid rotation expert dungeon with the entire party doing that could be fun. Yes, this was something that I thought that we talked about, I believe, last week. Was I believe it was 5 actions challenge, where the rule was that I'm thinking it over to make sure that we get it right. By the way, is Group 2 ready? But I think the idea that I would go with is you're allowed to have 5 buttons, like 5 action buttons. You're not allowed to open your actions and traits and use actions from there. I think it would be funnier if sprint counts as one of the 5. Because that makes it strict enough to say, no, you're not allowed to bring all of your roll actions. You're not allowed to bring so-and-so action. If you want to have a tank stance, you have to actually choose it as one of your 5. And things like that. Which, of course, means that by making it strictly 5 actions, also means that by choosing something that stacks, like has multi-purpose, you get more value out of the button. But often these kind of multi-purpose actions maybe only want one of their functionalities most of the time. Alright, Group 2 is ready, in which case I will cue us when it says 6:35. Oh, right, during the walk. But that would be it. 5 buttons, and it has to be actions, no macros allowed. And that was something I believe Kyler suggested. Just use a macro. No macros allowed. All actions count as a button. Any action counts as a button. Oh. Well, we didn't land in the same duty. Oh. No. But that would mean that you would have situations where you would have to, even if it's just a focus target macro. I mean, if it's like, I think it would be a case of you would have to ask, can I have this? Like, can I have this button as an extra? Because I feel it depends. Philippe says if it's something like Machinist Robot counts as 1 or 3 actions. Well, it would count as 1 action because you just click Summon Robot, right? Yeah, I see, Yumi. I did see that my queue popped instantly, and it popped so fast that you didn't even get to queue. Unfortunate. But yeah, exactly. That's the key here, Philippe, is that some buttons would just do more, which is really convenient. And that's just part of the game, because here's the thing: if you choose Machinist, then you would still have to choose things that give you battery. Some buttons are some buttons are more buttony than others. Exactly, and some jobs would be at a massive disadvantage in this. Like, for example, Gunbreaker. Do you choose your 1-2-3 combo? Probably not. One thing that I actually thought about was that tanks would probably choose like their AoE combo instead, because that still generates a resource for you. And yes, exactly, Gleaming. That's the key here, is that if we do that at some point, it has to be the entire group is doing it. And then it, of course, becomes really funny, like, what do you actually do? Which actions would you actually choose? And I have a feeling that DPS players are the ones that get screwed over the hardest. AoE combo, burst strike, continuation, Heart of Corundum. Yeah, something like that. But then, Bad Angel, don't you want a tank stance? And I know that's super mean, but it's just to be super strict on it and be like, well, you have to choose that as well. Just like I would say, like that was also an example we got brought up that someone just said, oh, I'll just summon Eos before we enter the duty. So I'll just summon Eos, and then I'll just not choose summon Eos. That's not allowed. If you don't have chosen summon Eos, you have to dismiss Eos when you get into the duty. Which would also mean that summoners would actually have to choose summon Kabe. AoE combo, Holy Circle, Iron Will, Clemency. That's a good one. Personally, I think I would have chosen... I don't know if I would have chosen Clemency specifically. But on the other hand, I don't know what else you would choose. Maybe I would just grab, like, Holy Sheltron. AoE combo, Holy Circle, Iron Will, Holy Sheltron. I feel might be better. There's also... I would also say that, given that if you're doing, like, a dungeon, I would probably choose AoE combo, Holy Spirit. And then Iron Will and Holy Sheltron. Based on the sounds I'm hearing in the game, I think that earlier in the stream there's a possibility that something with the sounds in my game might have broken a bit. Because there's a lot of attack sounds that I'm not really hearing. Or maybe it's just normal and I'm the weird one. Maybe High Blizzard 2 instead of Blizzard 3, that could be. Yeah, with Summoner, I think I could imagine... See, the problematic part there is that with Summoner, if you only get 5, it's like summon Kabi, summon Bahamut. And then you have Ruin to get Astral Impulse, right? Maybe you also choose Tri-Disaster. And at that point... You don't like. You could choose you could choose summon Ifrit or summon Titan or summon Garuda, but you don't actually have the button real estate to use them. How would steps work? I mean, if you choose standard step and you use it, it turns your regular combo actions into steps. So if you chose Dancer, you would have to be like, I choose closed position, standard step, and like. Step 1, step 2, and like I believe it's what's it? Cascade, Fountain fall, Cascade, Fountain, and then reverse Cascade, and then you just have to hope that your standard step doesn't require the 4th step, because you can't have it. You could also choose you could choose Cascade, Fountain, and the step 1, like the proc step 1, because for AoE, because it uses the same proc as the one Cascade generates. We're a lot of people on the platform. That's concerning. Hey Ryan, hope you're doing well. That's also a good point, Darth. It might be better to just grab your step 4, like your fountain fall, and just have standard step with the full combos. And that's the key thing I think that would be very clearly helpful to consider is, like, I would probably not choose any super long cooldown at all. Specifically because that's a button that's just gone for 2 minutes. My healer brain takes over. Hey, Robert. What we're talking about is so we're doing random challenges in this stream, of course. Because we have a lot of strangers in this alliance raid, I'm basically just playing with all animations on, which makes the game look like very pretty. But I don't want to mess with random people by me doing some silly challenge. We're only doing that when we have a full pre-made. But in extension of that, we're talking about a challenge of going... What if you did like a dungeon? But everyone in the dungeon, each individually, are only allowed to have 3 action buttons. You choose whichever 5 you want. Sprint counts as 1. No macros are allowed. And then the question, like the interesting part of the conversation is you start to realize what you truly need when you're asked to choose 5. Like, we have cases where people are like, I don't think Dancer actually needs closed position when I think about it, because I'd rather have standard step and my 4 combo steps. And cases where, like, tanks have a tendency to go, I'll just take my 2-step AoE combo, because you just choose 2 and you have, like, a resource generator. Then you can have, like, a single target spender, for example. And then you need your tank stance. And then you have enough for, like, 1 extra thing. But I have a generator, like, 2 is your generator, 1 is your tank stance, and then you have, like, a spender of some sort. And then you have 1 extra button. How are you going to get aggro? I choose Sprint, Hallowed Ground, Clemency, Rampart, and Sentinel. How do you get aggro? Clemency. I mean, you could do that, but you don't have a tank stance, Viek, and healing actually does terrible enmity. The way healing enmity works is for each point of there's a little asterisk to this, I should mention. For every point of healing that you do, half of a point of enmity is generated, unless it is one of the actions that generate less than that. I don't believe Clemency is one of those that generate less than that, but it generates half a point of enmity. And that half a point of enmity is then evenly distributed to all enemies you're in combat with. Which means that if you do a big AoE pull with your sprint that you chose, then you have like 8 targets. So you use Clemency, you heal for, I don't know, 30k, which gives 15k enmity, but all 8 targets, or however many you have, then take like 1k evenly, so you get basically nothing. But it would be funny to heal, to tank by just using Clemency. Why do people do Alliance Raid Roulette? Does it give some late game currency or something? It gives a little bit of everything. It gives a decent amount. It gives a decent amount of XP. It gives a mix of tomestones. If you're max level, that includes the weekly tomestones, meaning these. And some people also just do it because it's fun, and you get something for it. I think we're going to wipe, guys. What's happening? What went wrong? Based on what people are saying in the Alliance Raid chat, it seemed... I don't know if you all noticed, when I turned my camera to look at the chaos, two of the big mobs were near each other, which means that one group wasn't moving theirs to their side. Ronsom says, I had this argument with a friend because he's convinced that healers gain more enmity than DPS. It's not even close. He looked up healer enmity and only... yes, is it cognitive bias argument? Look how much healing enmity healers generate. Basically, just for anyone curious. And actually, Felipe, it's not quite like that. The reason why healers could generate so much enmity is because back in the day, tanks had to choose between a damage stance or a tank stance, and the damage stance didn't have an enmity multiplier at all, which meant that they didn't do more enmity than others, and healers used to also generate half an enmity per point of healing, but back in the day, I believe we had more health relative to enemies. Basically, these days, it is possible for White Mage with the right setup to basically do over 100,000 damage, which would one-shot an actual tank. Felipe says tanks were weaving their stances. That is actually incorrect. That is not how people did it. The optimal things that people actually did back then, and a lot of people don't know this because they either read about it or don't remember it right, or they only remember what they themselves did, which is a very classic one. Is you used tank stance and one enmity combo, like in a boss fight specifically, and then you switch to a damage stance. That was optimal. In more casual groups, you couldn't do that because what dictated whether the tank could stay in damage stance or not was actually whether the rest of the group could manage their enmity or not whether the tank could. It was about everyone else holding back, essentially, or using their management tools correctly. Philippe says, I only played melee DPS, mainly Ninja in that time. Well, then you should remember that Ninja had like 2 or 3 tools to manage their enmity and someone else's enmity. But yeah, basically, that's how it worked. And if your tanks are only doing... They're basically doing 100% enmity because they're in damage stance. Then it means that the healers are also doing 100% enmity. And look at this. I have 6,000 HP. I don't think anyone here in this entire alliance can do 6,000 damage or even half that with a single hit. Pretty sure. Reasonably confident on that one. At max level, it is absolutely possible for White Mage to do, with a crit, a direct crit of course, but it's absolutely possible for White Mage to do enough damage to hypothetically one-shot a tank. That is possible. So there is a level of like damage power creep where our DPS has increased much faster than our health has. So we need like... We generate less healing enmity relative to how much damage enmity we generate because we just do way more damage now. That is the important part. And if you use... Like, that's also a key point that is relevant, is that in Endwalker, they made a change that makes it so that healing over time effects no longer generate enmity. A lot of people will raise a hand in the air and say, but wait, when I use regen on the tank, I actually get aggro. That's not healing enmity. That is actually what we call buff enmity. When you apply a buff to someone, you generate enmity. You actually generate, if you're a tank, you generate enmity by enabling your tank stats, but only to enemies you're in combat with. But that's because regen being applied is a buff which generates like, I think like 100 enmity or something like that, maybe 50. But it generates so little enmity that it's basically anything else will generate more enmity. The like if the tank gets encumbered with everything by running up to them, and then the healer uses regen, the tank can actually grab back aggro by turning off their tank stance and turning it on again. But why would you do that, right? But you can do that. Like, genuinely, if you're a tank and you have problems with healers doing this nonsense, you find it annoying, just like, as you're about to pull, turn off your tank stance, and when you're encumbered with the mobs, that's when you turn on your tank stance. You just run up to them and you click your tank stance. Now you have aggro on everything. Not a lot, but you have more than the white mage that used regen on you. But yeah, back in the day, heal over time effects generated enmity. Meaning, if you used Medica 2, you can also just AoE twice. Yes, the reason why I suggested this alternative is because you don't even need to be near the mobs for this janky trick to work. You don't even need to be near them for it to work. But I don't know why you would, but I think we're going to wipe now. The greed! We could have done it. That's the worst part. We could have done it, but people got scared. Yeah, but you can do it. I wouldn't recommend doing the just turn it off and on again strategy, but it would work. It would feasibly function. You could do that. It would be really funny. But because... Yeah, you guys wiped out. Well, the thing is, Darth, we wiped to people ignoring mechanics, so this is part of the course, isn't it? Correct, Brontom. It's the actual pressing the button, not the HUD. Exactly. And that's also why if you use Medica 2, you, of course, generate enmity per person you apply a buff to. Per person. But again, it's very little. But back in the day, Medica 2 would have generated enmity from the healing when you, like, from the initial healing, and then applied enmity for applying buffs to everyone. And because the buff enmity is like 50 or 100, in A Realm Reborn, 50 or 100 was a lot more, right? It's like a sixth of a doses cast, and we have had like potency inflation since A Realm Reborn, so it's possible that if Sage existed in A Realm Reborn, doses might have been 500 or 400 damage, or less even. So just applying the buff itself would be, relatively speaking, way more. And then you also have the part where Medica 2 would then generate enmity per tick of the HUD, because back then it did enmity. And then you have it on 8 people, so like your tank, which has no tank stance on because they have damage stance, they would have that in... I don't remember, I believe Paladin had Sword Oath in A Realm Reborn, but I don't think Warrior got Deliverance until Heavensward or something like that. I'm not 100% sure on that, because most of that is like history books, right? But Are we going to greed again? Exactly, Warrior had Unchained, but the key thing is that in A Realm Reborn, even though Defiance reduced the damage you did by 20%. Even though Defiance also gave you access to Beast Gauge and a bunch of other things. Well, not Beast Gauge, rather, it gave you access to the stacks you got, which increased healing received, among other things. So there was a lot of goodies in having Defiance on. If Paladin had Sword Oath in A Realm Reborn, that just meant that Paladin would be the de facto off-tank, because they had a damage stance. Hypothetically, anyway, which is actually really weird, because Paladin was the one with the shield that could block, right? I don't know, because I wasn't specifically there to see that, but the key here is that if the tank is in damage stance, they have no enmity multipliers. They're just doing regular damage. You use, like in Heaven's Ward, you use Fell Cleave and do, I don't know, like 450 potency or something like that. The White Mage uses Caetsu, and over the course of 15 seconds, they do 700 cure potency per person. And the buff enmity. 700 potency per person. Yes, you divide it by 2 because it's healing enmity, but if it's just the boss, there's only one person, like only one enemy that receives the enmity, which means that it's 350 times the amount of enemies, or times the amount of people healed. I believe Sword Oath added like 90 potency. I can't believe it was 60 or 90. I think it was something like an average of 60 potency per second. And it's important to remember, guys, that Sword Oath, the way Sword Oath worked was that it added an average potency per second to your attacks. Are you serious? We get it right when you don't have to, when the greed is easy. But the way it worked was that because Paladin weapons had varying attack speeds back then, because they varied, the way they did it was that it just gave you a potency addition to your auto attacks that depended on how fast your weapon was. So faster weapons got less and slower weapons got more. This is actually the same as your auto attacks in Final Fantasy XIV on all jobs, by the way. I believe I've talked about this in a Mythbuster video, I'm pretty sure. Do 30 potency per second on average for your job before all other modifiers. There were 30 potency per second. The exception being that healers and mages, they still use strength for that. So it's 30 strength potency per second, which is a lot less valuable. But it's 30 potency, which means that if you have a weapon that is slower than 3 seconds, like basically you can assume that it's about 90 potency every 3 seconds. So if your weapon is slower than a swing time of 3 seconds, then you get slightly more. If your weapon is faster, then you get slightly less. And I believe Paladins, most of their swords are 224 on their swing timer, so they swing every 2.24 seconds, which is important because Paladin is the only job in the game that generates a resource from their auto attacks, because Ninja lost that property. But yeah, just think about that. You have a white mage in your group, they use Caetsu, they probably also used SIs, healing everyone, for a massive amount. Overhealing also generates enmity, by the way. So every time you used as eyes, which you did, you healed everyone and generated a gigantuan amount of enmity that you didn't need necessarily. And then you use Medica 2, which generates around 350 regular potency enmity per person hit, which is usually your entire raid. So you have 8 players. See, 3,500 minus 700, so 2,800 potency, like that. Meanwhile, the warrior is like floundering around doing like 450 with I think Felcleave was like 450. Emir says that World of Darkness was exhausting. Despite that, Emir, you finished first. Did you see what we had to deal with? Philippe says, why do people greed on that, boss? The reason why people greed on it is because there is a very... It's just because if the boss is close enough that you can kill it, then then you save time. But honestly, it shouldn't. Like, you're choosing between, and that's why you're sitting there flabbergasted. If you greed it and fail, you lose like 5 minutes. If you greed it and succeed, you save like 15 seconds. Hey Kokuchu, hope you're doing well. Did you know you can change Cerberus after he finishes casting Awakening? I did not know that, but that sounds concerning. White mages had macros that said, I just healed you a lot, please provoke. Oh boy. That is actually a really weird one. Because provoke is one of the most misunderstood actions in the game. Kokuchu says, I have a question. What's the twist in Dailies Hangout stream? We've been doing dailies where I've been doing various challenges. For example, and note, I'm playing Sage the entire stream. I did expert roulette. Like this. And I believe I did level 90 roulette like this. And we did 50, 60, 70, 80, where everyone was only allowed to walk. Then we did leveling, where I was only allowed to use my left hand and my keyboard. And we did trials, where I was only allowed to use my mouse, but no MMO mouse buttons were allowed. And for normal raid, I did no UI again. And then for Alliance Raid, and this might be why you're... either you just came in and you didn't see it, but in Alliance Raid, the only thing I did was all effects on. And the reason why that's we're doing such a like weak source challenge is because there were 16 randoms in the raid, and I don't want to ruin their time by having a healer that's just floundering around. I don't like. I feel like that's fair. Like I've said that. I said that last week as well. But basically, I think it's funny to do like some weird challenges in content, but I don't want me memeing around and trying and doing something silly to impact the experience of people that explicitly did not sign up for that. And then you might say, but what about the people that you had it in your pre-made? Did they sign up for this? Well, they know that I'm doing it, so they can simply choose to not join if they don't want to deal with a healer that has no UI. Here's an interesting fact, Bad Angel. 1k is actually less than what Provoke did in Shadowbringers. In Shadowbringers, Provoke did 2000 potency. And those 2000 potencies stacked with your tank stance, which multiplies it by 10. So 20,000 potency in a tank stance. In Endwalker, my estimates say that it does 4,000 or more. And again, it stacks with your tank stance. So it's like 40,000 potency with the tank stance. That's of course you multiply all potency you do by 10 for enmity in tank stance, but that's still 4,000 potency compared to what else you have, right? Once upon a time, Provoke didn't do additional potency according to some people. I wasn't there to test it, so I don't know. But I also know that there are a lot of other things that people assume about Final Fantasy XIV and its mechanics that they assume based on things that worked in a specific way in World of Warcraft. What do you mean, Warcraft Traveler? And what I mean by how it worked in World of Warcraft is, for example, some people genuinely believe that dots cannot crit because in World of Warcraft, for a large part of its time, dots could not crit. People really noticed when there were like set bonuses in, I believe, Wrath of the Lich King that said, this dot can now crit. No says, would it be so bad if we got a skill for tanks like Provoke, but it worked on AoE? I know your AoE combos generate great threat, but sometimes looking at those summoners would think blowing their entire open as you start a wall-to-wall pull, it could be helpful. Here's a tip, no. The reason why this usually goes wrong is because the way that you might, I'm guessing here, usually the reason why the summoner actually grabs aggro when they do that is because you pull like this. If you instead pull like this, you're already over twice as likely to keep all the aggro on the mobs. If you pull like this, and this doesn't work if there's like over 5 mobs or 5 mobs or more, then it starts to get a little hectic. But if you pull like this, then the summoner's not getting those mobs. It's not getting any of them. Each one you throw a tomahawk on is glued to you at least until you reach your destination. The summoner has to really go out of its way to yoink one of them to do that. And that's also the reason why, if you check my guides on tanks, I often mention this. This particular trick of like ranged pulling. And the funny thing is that in about equal measure, there's of course some level of bias and some level of comedic effect that causes me to say this, but I have seen about just as many people saying, no, you don't need to do the ranged pull trick, you can just do one AoE attack and run past, as I've seen people go, no, I hate it when the summoner goes full blast, when I pull, then I can't hold aggro. This is what we call a correlation, potentially. And I'm not saying that you're saying this, no. It was more like you're not actively complaining, you're just saying it would be nice if I had this. Warcraft Traveler says, Wiki says for Provoke in patch 5.0, Shadowbringers now grants additional enmity. Well, that's nice. Let me check myself. Yeah, that actually, that tracks. That tracks. Because, and here's the funny thing with the No-No's request. Before Provoke got this additional enmity feature back in Stormblood, tanks could choose, like, because Stormblood had their role actions feature, you could choose from a list of 10 role actions. You could only pick 5, but you could choose from a list of 10. You could, like, switch at any time you're not in combat, but you could only bring 5. Among them, you had Rampart, Reprisal. It was only single target back then, but it was there. Low Blow was there, but also Provoke was there, but there was also the option called Ultimatum, which was an AoE taunt. It was just AoE Provoke on a longer cooldown, but they had it. It didn't do the additional enmity thing back then. So it wasn't nearly as valuable. I believe people mainly used it so that they could provoke in quick succession if they had to. Yeah, exactly, Philippe. There's a lot of misunderstandings in Final Fantasy XIV that actually originate from people just going, well, it works like this in World of Warcraft. That is actually also how we arrived at the conclusion that you have to interrupt as late as possible in Final Fantasy XIV. You don't have to. I demonstrated it in my Mythbusters series. It makes no difference. If you stun, do it as late as possible. But if you're interrupting, it actually doesn't matter when you interrupt. The mob will stop for the same amount of time. As in, if you interrupt it early, it'll wait the entire cast time plus a bit. If you interrupt it right at the end, it'll just wait a bit before it does something else. So it doesn't actually change a thing. Aside from you getting it back earlier so you can interrupt again. Woo! And then there's the provoke thing, because in World of Warcraft, taunts give you maximum threat +1 and locks the enemy to attack you for 3 seconds, typically. So, like, if you taunt, it doesn't matter whether you lose aggro in the next 3 seconds, because the mob will still be attacking you for at least 3 seconds. So you have 3 seconds to, like, get ahead. I believe, I can't remember if it was Legion they added this, but at some point they added that while that 3 second timer lasts on taunt, you do like 800% more threat or something like that. So you just ready your biggest hit, taunt, and then just whack the boss across the nose, and now you're good. But that's not at all how provoke works in Final Fantasy XIV. Then there's the dot thing. And there's also a lot of just other smaller details where it's like, how did you arrive at the conclusion that it works like this? Well, it works like this in this other MMO, so why wouldn't it work like this in Final Fantasy XIV? Well, because that other MMO is not Final Fantasy XIV. Kentucky says, real summoners wait until all mobs are together to burst. It is complicated with that. I've talked about this in videos, I've talked about this in streams. Waiting with unleashing Bahamut until all the mobs are clumped up is probably better. The reason why it is probably better is because, obviously, if you use your AoE when you're hitting the maximum amount of enemies, then you get more damage value. And ultimately, and this is something I talked about in my video about doing dungeons faster, the whole pack takes just as long as the final mob takes to kill. Which sometimes leads to absolutely absurd ideas, such as, if one of the mobs in the pack has significantly more HP than the rest, then sometimes actually using some single target attacks might be beneficial, because some jobs gain less from going AoE than others. For example, if you have like 5 mobs in a pack, and one of them is like you're doing Lunar Subterrane, and for some reason the mobs that are left are 4 mobs that are near death, and Mike Wazowski, the big green guy, is still alive, and he is very healthy. It would actually be better for your DPS players potentially to single target the green guy, because that Scholar is going to be spamming Art of War anyway, and Scholar gains way more DPS from Art of War than Black Mage gains from using High Fire 2, actually, at least in my opinion. But that's one side of the coin. The other side of the coin, and the reason why it's a little more complicated, is because Summoner's AoE damage is really, really good, just in general. It's not that big of a deal whether what you're hitting the entire pack with is Death Flare and Kindle or Titan, because it just means you make it through your rotation a little sooner. Which means that the real question is, if you use Bahamut now, like while you're pulling, what does that mean for your burst on the next pack? Or the upcoming boss, or whatever. Like, what does it mean? What does it mean looking forward? And this is actually where it starts to get really complicated, where we start to talk about drifting cooldowns. You can drift a cooldown intentionally to make it line up with your other cooldowns, if it, like, with no loss, if it doesn't lead to you losing a cast of the button. Like, if we say that you're in Lunar Subterrane and you already know somehow, you've seen the future, you know this dungeon is going to take 10 minutes and 30 seconds exactly. If you can use Bahamut and Phoenix exactly on cooldown, precisely on cooldown, then you will get 11 of them. But if you delay your first Bahamut by like 30 seconds, or any Bahamut or Phoenix over the course of the fight accumulates 30 seconds of delay, then you lose one. And for like, if you wait more than 15 seconds, you will lose part of it, because the duty will end during your final use of Phoenix or Bahamut. And this is super complicated to figure out what's best. My general advice for any aspiring summoners is, it might be okay to just use Bahamut or Phoenix while pulling right in the first pull. The reason being, you don't have anything else that you can use. Like, if you're not allowed to use Bahamut while the tank is pulling, then it means that you're just like jogging next to the tank and going like, if you stop for a second, I could use Try Disaster once, you know. Or you could like Swift cast a Try Disaster, but that's all you have. And the reason why I say that makes sense in the first pull is because after the first pull, you can do some planning, prioritize Ifrit as your summons, because Ifrit will be pointless while you're pulling the next pack. But both Titan and Garuda and the melee attacks from Ifrit can be used while you're pulling. So if you can plan it so that like you're using Bahamut or Phoenix and Ifrit on the pack itself, maybe you start Titan or Garuda during the pack, and then you can use those instant attacks and Ruin 4 as you make your way to the destination with the second pull. But that again, really complicated, and because summoners don't quite agree on what's best, and players in general might not quite agree on what's best, you get this situation where as a tank, you see a summoner in your group, and you're not sure what you're supposed to do about it, because you don't know what the summoner is going to do until they do it. Gabriel says, remember in WoW in Wrath you could miss Taunt. Yeah. Indeed. And also true, Philippe, some damage is more than no damage while you wait for the perfect spot. The key reason why it might not, and this is actually like speaking for the opposite end. If using Bahamut while the tank is pulling leads to you being able to attack while the tank is pulling, that's good. But if the tankiest mob in the entire pull is in the second half of the pack, the part that you're not currently fighting, imagine Lunar Subterrane, you pull the first pack, there's the Mike Wazowski, big green guy. The second pack that you're also pulling at the same time has like a big, like, four-legged creature that is about just as tanky. Whichever one of those, one of them, either Mike Wazowski or four-legged guy, will be the last mob to die in most groups. They dictate how long the pull is. If you're a summoner and you go full blast right when the first pack is pulled, then the first pack is going to die sooner, but the second pack is going to die later because you didn't save your big burst for that. And I hope you understand what I'm saying here is that you can, like, talk up the benefits of using Bahamut immediately, but you can also talk up the benefits of not using Bahamut immediately. So really, it depends a lot on your group. If your group is actually good about going, okay, well, the white mage or like the healer does very good AoE then. Like, they benefit more from being able to cleave, so I will single target this mob that has a lot of HP. Like, if they're better about that and not doing padding, as Chelsea mentioned, then it might be fine to just go full blast when you see the first mob appear in front of you. But it isn't always that easy. So, math difficult. We can probably agree on that. And Darth, I don't understand why that would make a difference. Because it depends on if the tank is sprinting or not. If I have double caster, I sprint. If I have melee or ranged physical, I don't sprint and spam ranged. Why would that make a difference? Like, genuinely, I don't see how that makes any difference at all. Always sprint. Always sprint is better. If your concern is, I want to make sure that the mobs don't run away from the melee and the ranged, then the melee and the ranged can just use sprint. It's harder for random casters to DPS on the move. Ranged, physical, and melee can DPS while moving, but they can't if you sprint. Yes, they can. They can. They just have to keep up with you. They just have to sprint with you. Which means that sometimes they have to use gap closers and stuff. But they absolutely can, especially ranged. And even if that was the case, Darth, again, jump back to what I just said. Basically, the longer it takes for you to bring pack 1 to pack 2, the bigger the HP difference between pack 1 and pack 2 will be, which means because the pull will always be as long as the last mob to die, by not sprinting, you're extending the length of the pull, even if your intention is, I want to be sure that the melee and the ranged can keep attacking while running. No need to do that. Just sprint every time. Every time is better. There's also the part that if you're not sprinting, you're letting the mob smack you way more, which means you're taking way more damage for no reason. Indeed, Girahid. Math difficult, some guy with a math degree. My recommendation there, Kentucky, is... And this is a trick I talk about very briefly. It's a very complicated trick because you need to really both understand the dungeon you're in and your group. Ultimately, and this is something we kind of touched on indirectly in our duty where we were walk only. Ultimately, to clear the duty as fast as possible, you need to traverse the entire duty as fast as possible. Which means, technically, that things like gap closing to the pack can save, like, a second. And things like that. But that also means that you would probably want to sprint right before you enter combat, because if you sprint before you enter combat, it lasts 20 seconds. If you use it while you're in combat, it only lasts 10. Which means you would want, if possible, all of your sprints for big pulls to be used before you enter combat. Sometimes that's not possible. Like, if one pack takes ultimately 45 seconds to clear from start to finish, then sprint has 15 seconds of cooldown left. What can you do about that? Well, one option is to just not use sprint. That's kind of pointless. The other option is if you use sprint 15 seconds earlier, then you can sprint again before the next pack starts. I don't quite understand what you're saying there, Darth. Darth, the reason why I said sprint every time is because you can do this while sprinting. And if you're afraid of being too far away, you can just like zigzag a bit to slow yourself down a bit if you really care. But ultimately, your target is to pick up all mobs and bring them to the next pack. Yes, using Tomahawk, for example, on cooldown while you run would be slightly more damage than not doing that. But you're choosing between 150 potency and moving the pack closer to their destination, and every second counts. Because every time that samurai uses a, I don't know, like Fukyo, and only hits 4 targets, because you didn't get those 4 to the other 4 yet, you, the group at large, are losing 400 of the samurai's potency, which, by the way, is around 25% more valuable than yours, because tanks do 20% less damage than regular jobs. And the samurai has a damage boost and a speed boost on itself as well. So your damage is actually, it's relevant, it's significant, it matters, but your Tomahawk, while running, is a drop in the bucket next to the damage you and your party can do once you're done running. Even if your group are melee or ranged or mage, it doesn't matter. That's why sprinting every time is better. And exactly, 6-pack also has the right of it. Some tanks specifically don't use sprint because they're afraid of alright, Emir, thank you for coming. Enjoy your evening. Even about cone AoE can do more while sprinting, can it? Sure. Absolutely. Yes, some tanks will not use sprint because they don't want to run away from their healer. The problem here is that a lot of healers are looking at the tank, waiting for them to click sprint. Good luck, Cyanide. Should and actually happens are not the same thing. That is true, Darth. That is true. But the best you can do is do what works best for you. See, this is the thing. Here's the thing. A somewhat common complaint I bring up, and I hear from others, of tanks, especially warriors, that complain about white mages maintaining regen on the warrior tank all the time while in combat, which is most of the time extremely unnecessary. But for each tank that looks at that and goes, that's really wasteful and really annoying, why are they wasting their resources like that? That healer might have met 2 or 3 other tanks where it was needed. Which kind of circles back to the should and actually happens thing that you mentioned, Darth. But And I mean very genuinely, if your group is bad, if your group is actually bad, then it is still better to sprint. Because if your group is actually bad, then sprinting means you take less damage because the mobs you're tanking are outside reach while you're pulling. And your DPS players might not be doing very much anyway, whether you're sprinting or not, if they're bad. So it's better to just get it over with, reach a destination so you can do the best you can. So that's the reason I'm saying this, is that it's not about whether you can adjust to optimize for a bad group, optimize for a good group, and then be disappointed when it's not a good group. If you have to adjust, as in if the healer genuinely does not know what sprint is and for some reason and just casually jogs through the entire duty so you're at the risk of dying, then you adjust to that. But holding sprint because sometimes DPS are idiots, then you're actually planning for failure. Don't do that. That says maybe that also said maybe this is just because I get really bad players often, but I get a lot of players that stop to DPS when they pull threat on things. Yeah, that's a classic. The way that I go about that is, well, that's the reason why I teach this trick of doing this. If you make sure you already have generated so much enmity on the mobs that the DPS are not going to grab it, then you have no reason to fear that derp of a samurai, I don't know, I'm just saying like a samurai hypothetically, that just runs up to the first mob and just goes, "Isatsune!" and then are like surprised they got aggro. They're probably not getting aggro if you did that setup. Less time to do that when you sprint if you choose wrong. Well, I mean, that's why I said you can zigzag. You can just like slow yourself down by doing this. You run a little slower because you're like not going in a straight line. But it is a matter of playing around it. This is also something that I can say is I had a mentor roulette a bit ago. Tower of Zod. And the interesting thing is that day I ended up in Tower of Zod twice. The first time I got into Tower of Zod, there were no issues. Group just went through it, no problem. The second time I went in, I had 2 problem players. And you might be shocked because the first problem player was a summoner that went full blast immediately. Like basically, mobs in range, Bahamut. The other problem player was the Gunbreaker who ran back to pick up the mobs from the summoner. Now you might be wondering why both of those are problem players. The summoner was a problem player because the summoner just stopped running if they got aggro on something. They would just stand their ground. Like, I don't know why they went Dio on them. "Oh, you're approaching me?" And then just stopped. I even used Rescue to yoink them over where they were supposed to be. But they didn't get it. They just kept doing that. And the Gunbreaker repeatedly basically enabled this behavior because even from the very first pull, so it wasn't like the Gunbreaker learned they had to play around this fact. The very first pull, the moment the Gunbreaker saw, oh, they have aggro, they turned back immediately and grabbed the mob. The reason why both of these players are problem players as a result is in the final mega pull of Tower of Zod, right? The final mega pull of Tower of Zod. The summoner went full blast grabbed aggro on something, so the Gunbreaker, who had already pulled like 2 of the 3 packs in this pull, well, 1 pack and then a singular mob, turned around, ran through all of the mobs and lost like half their HP doing so, picked up the mob from the summoner, and then went back to running. They almost died from just that. When normally, if you had just kept running, you would have been mostly full HP by the time you reached the last pack. Yeah, that pack, like that pull is really, really dangerous and hurts a lot, but you would have been healthy at the destination at least. But this person ran back and nearly died and ran forward again. And the reason why that makes the Gunbreaker a problem is because what the Gunbreaker should have done is they should have either... Like, and here's the worst one, is they should have let the summoner deal with it. At least until the Gunbreaker reaches their destination. Basically, the Gunbreaker should just had ignored that the summoner pulled something, ran all the way to their destination, and then when they were at the destination, use their defensive cooldown, start their burst, and then maybe see if like they can like walk a little bit out in the corner of the big blob of mobs and then just provoke the mob on the summoner. But if the summoner's in Narnia, then they die. That's just too bad, and that's the summoner's fault. Basically, what I'm saying is the summoner messed up by not bringing them up to the tank and pulling it from the tank. Basically, if you don't know how to deal with getting aggro as a DPS, then don't get aggro as a DPS. If you know how to deal with aggro as a DPS, then deal with it. And then it's no longer a mistake. If you're a tank, if you're in the middle of doing a big AoE pull, then you don't have time to baby the DPS that pulled aggro from you when they shouldn't. Like, that's the DPS's problem. They should have waited if they don't know how to handle the heat. Like, that's the problem. Punk Fiddler says, and then the summoner blames the healer. Yeah, who knows? See, the thing is, none of them died. Also, Darth, I don't know what year that WoW logic is from, because in WoW you also go to the tank to, like, deliver the mobs to them. You don't just like stop and do the fish, like just do the starfish move. That's not how you deal with getting aggro in WoW. Especially not if you're in Narnia. Amazon delivery and it's just a pack of 50 mobs. Yeah. Zav says, I had a pull where Bart ran in front of me and enemies aggroed on them. I did my usual aggro grab, but I missed one and I never found it because it was not my enemy list like normal. Yeah, I've had that happen as well. Where you don't even realize that there's a mob that isn't on you for some reason. But that's the thing, is that it's complicated. The reason why, and I just want to highlight this. I want to highlight this, that I was the healer in that group, right? Which meant that I just dealt with it. The tank didn't die and the summoner didn't die. And I didn't even say anything. And the reason why I didn't say anything was because both of those bad players, or bad actors in the Summoner and the Gunbreaker, while what they were doing was wrong, that Gunbreaker who would run back to save the Summoner was the perfect partner to that Summoner, because that Summoner would have died if it had been a tank that didn't do that stuff. And the Summoner would have just died. So my observation was, well, the duty went fine. And if I had stopped everyone to say, hey, summoner, hey, you have to grab the mobs and get them to the tank, then the summoner could have gone, why should I do that? The tank is picking them all off me anyway. And if I'd said to the tank, don't run back to grab the mobs from the summoner, he should move to you, then the question is why? Because it's going fine. Like, we haven't wiped yet. So, like, I would have had a better grounds to say, hey, you two, there's something wrong here, if we had wiped as a result. But we didn't. I agree, Bronto. But sometimes people, like, sometimes the reason why people do things like that is because they're actually very selfish. And they don't care that it could be helpful for the other person. Yeah, exactly, Philippe. And that's exactly the thing, is that if I had been on voice chat with them, they could have easily gone, hey, Summoner Man, can you do this instead? Gunbreaker Man, can you do this instead? And we would just continue. But because it's on text, I would have to be like, hey, can you stop pulling? I have something I would like to say. But yeah, I will say, Darth, in Final Fantasy XIV, in World of Warcraft, in fact, in almost any team game of this kind of style, people that are in a group where you have a tank, it isn't uncommon for healers and DPS and other support roles that are not well experienced, that their reaction to getting aggro is run away. So that's the thing. This also circles back to what you said before, where there's a difference between should and actually happens, right? And that is also a good point, Vince. The DPS, Hall of the Novice stuff, actually talks about DPS intercepting and assisting in dealing with ads. And that tutorial does not give you a separate tank to tank for you when that happens. You're actually supposed to intercept and deal with the ads, if I remember correctly. Yeah, all of this, it is complicated because there's a massive difference between doing something perfect, doing something well enough, and doing something wrong. Because that's the thing. And that's also part of what is worth keeping in mind. If we had wiped on those packs, then there would have been something way more wrong, right? And it would have been a lot easier for me to come up with a reason to tell them to change what they're doing. But I have had a lot of groups where I've had like tanks that are like, they're not using defensive cooldowns, but they're not doing big AoE pulls. They're pulling single packs. And they're a sprout. Do I then tell them they're doing everything wrong? I just grab like a giant warhammer and just smash their confidence, just you're playing the game wrong. Or I just leave it. Maybe they'll learn. They'll probably learn. Exactly, Philippe. The easiest way to deal with mobs getting on you is run to the tank. But for some reason, people go... Well, I've actually seen this one from both sides. You did not pass the pink goblin standards, thou shalt be banished. I've seen this from both sides. I've seen DPS players that basically treated getting hit a single time, also healer players getting hit a single time by a mob that they shouldn't be hit by, as a direct offense to them as a person. And the reason why I say a direct offense to them is because they didn't die. They acted as if they died. And I've seen tanks that basically acted like if a healer or a DPS gets aggro for even a second, they're dead. Like, they're actually made of paper. Just looking in their direction kills them outright. And the reason why I have dealt with both sides is because that's the kind of people I get in my comment sections when I'm saying things like, it's fine if the healer gets aggro for a few hits. It's fine if the DPS gets aggro for a few hits. Just bring the mobs to the tank. It doesn't matter that regen generates a pitiful amount of enmity when you apply it to the tank in combat. You know how you solve that? You know, the mobs wouldn't chase you to Narnia if you were situated on the tank. So go to the tank. Problem solved. But people still act like it's some major issue, but it's not. Brondom says also it's a very casually focused game, so why learn more if you're enjoying it fine just as is? And that's also true, and that's also something that circles back to what I'm saying with, if you have a tank in a dungeon, and there's single pack pulling, just one pack at a time, and they're not using defensive cooldowns, you're healing. So them not using defensive cooldowns means that you have to do a little bit more. Like, maybe you have to heal them a little bit more. Maybe you have to cast Cure 1 if it's a really low level dungeon. If you've done a big if they've done a big pull, you would have had to cast Cure 1 anyway. Probably, possibly. But now you certainly have to, and it's going slow. But it would have been way worse if they did a big AoE pull and also didn't know how to use defensives. One thing at a time. This is maybe not the most fair comparison, but sometimes the way that, like when we do roulettes with, like if I do roulettes and just get matched up with randoms, right? Sometimes it can result in the people that get paired up includes like a Sprout that is doing Sastasha for the first time ever, and that's a tank maybe, and a healer that has all the ultimate, like has all the legend titles and full 660 and a 665 relic and everything, and they have everything going for them. When the healer is like telling that tank that has never done a dungeon before, pull more, use your defensive cooldowns, come on, get it going. Or worse, the healer starts pulling for them. That is a bit like, take a game you enjoy, right? You enjoy playing. Let's say it's a co-op game. Your co-op partner is the best speedrunner of the game on the planet. And they need you to do your part. So every time they reach a roadblock, they're like, come on, get it going. Just use the glitch that teleports you across the arena. Don't you know how to do that? Come on, everyone knows that. Like, get it together. That's us. When we're pushing a first timer in a dungeon, you're playing a game for the first time, and you get paired with like a turbo nerd speedrunner who does not have time or patience for you being a first timer. So that's why sometimes when I land like a mental roulette with strangers, and the tank is not great or the healer's not great, I might offer to give them advice. But, I mean, if we're not vibing, then, like, it's mostly like, you could do this better. That's also the key thing I said in my videos, like, 5 mistakes X makes. I say, well, if you beat the dungeon, you did probably fine. These tips are just so that you could do even better. And part of it is also complicated because I know this is really weird because Final Fantasy XIV is an exceptionally long game. By Tower of Zod, you've probably played Final Fantasy XIV, assuming you didn't buy a skip or something, you've probably played Final Fantasy XIV for hundreds of hours by the time you reach Tower of Zod. So hopefully you at least know something about whatever job you're playing. But, hey, thank you for the 10 gifted membership, Murfog. Thank you so much. Enjoy the emotes, everyone. Something that I've noticed. I can give a brief, somewhat example of this. Is I played through the game Stranger of Paradise, Final Fantasy Origins. And I basically played through the entire game primarily playing as Sage, which allows you to just stand back and have your NPCs do the fighting. You can just like use a white magic spell to regen them, give them haste and stuff. Like you can also fight, but I very much abused the fact that the NPCs could hold their own, mostly without me. Which meant that there was a lot of mechanics I never learned. I completed the entire game without blocking. Like, I parried things because there's that soul parry thing that you can do where you, like, you put forth, like, this orange sphere that you can parry with that gives you MP and stuff. But I specifically parried to get MP, not to parry. I would rather just stay so far away. Sound familiar? I'll just stay in Narnia where the enemies can't hurt me. I completed the game, and I didn't learn how the game really truly worked until I went back into the game, changed the difficulty to the hardest difficulty in the regular playthrough, removed my NPC companion so I was completely alone, and then had to figure out how to survive without them. That's when I learned. And yes, that's not hundreds of hours into the game, that's maybe tens of hours into the game. But the reason I'm saying this is that that means that there's a real possibility that there's a lot of players that play through the entirety of the story of Final Fantasy XIV, focusing on the story and enjoying the journey, and not that focused on playing their rotation perfectly or optimally in any way, honestly. That's a side quest, so to speak. That'll come later. When they've completed the story, then they'll figure out how to play the game right. They're playing on normal, right? They might even be playing on casual, they might believe. So they don't need to be perfect. They don't need to be amazing. And I know that can sound a little bit like an excuse for them, and that's also why I'm saying, like, I'm not saying that you're in the wrong for expecting a player to, you know, understand how their job works, at least at a base level, when they're like level 50 or 60, maybe even 70 or 80. But I'm just saying that there's a possibility that they just haven't gotten to that part yet. And then there was also something that was pretty funny that someone mentioned when I did the warrior with a twist stream last week. Someone commented, I wonder who would be harder to heal, a sprout tank, or like a rando tank, or Kai with one hand. Mia Klanger says, do you think players who start playing as tank or who start tanking at endgame have an easier or harder time being a good tank, if that makes sense? It does make sense. It depends. If you mean start tanking at endgame, you mean they've already played through the game and then they pick up a tank. Then I think there's a very real possibility that a person who picks up tanking later might be better than someone who picks up tanking first. And the reason for that is that if you pick up tanking later, then, well, presumably you will still play your main job, which is not a tank, and you will also specifically see how other tanks play, which means that you can understand both. You can learn from the perspective of a healer or a DPS. You can learn, well, I don't want tanks to do that. I don't want to do that. I do want to do like that. Like, you will learn some of the things. You will not learn all of it, and you might not understand all of it, but you will already have like a base idea of how tanking should be. And what I mean by that is, and this is probably easier to take with healing. Final Fantasy XIV healing is a lot different from healing in other MMOs, in that in Final Fantasy XIV, you're expected to attack. It's mostly an option, but you're expected to use it. In other MMOs, it isn't unusual for the healer to be expected to not attack. Your job is to heal, so you heal. If your first job is Conjurer, and, well, first class is Conjurer, and you then become a White Mage, there's a very real possibility that the first time you're met with a healer that attacks is when you go into Thorn March. I believe that's the first 8-man duty now. Which means that you've had 50 levels to get attached to the way that you play. Which means that when you get to Thorn March, there's a real possibility that when you see the other healer attack, the way you might interpret it is, oh, the other healer's not even healing. Now I have to work twice as hard because my co-healer isn't helping me. Instead of going, should I be doing that? Is that what I was supposed to do? Because by now you've gotten so entrenched in the way you play that for you to... See, this isn't a thing for everyone. Some people have a much more open mind and are a lot more accepting of being wrong. But your brain is very defensive about itself. And if you've played Final Fantasy XIV for 50 levels as a healer where you've not attacked in dungeons at all because, well, I'm a healer, I heal. Then to accept that the other healer who's attacking all the time now is in the right is not just that. You're also accepting that you're in the wrong and you've been playing this game wrong for 50 levels. And that's the reason why I think someone who picks up a support role second might do better. Partly because if you're a DPS, even in 4-man content, there is a chance you'll meet another DPS just like you. So there's a chance you will meet another Black Mage who's not going full Ice Mage and doing way more damage than you. Or you might meet a Bard who is a Bard who complains that, oh, it's really annoying that archers don't get to just be archers when they see you're still an archer. But hey, you do a lot more damage when you're a Bard than when you're an archer, so you should really get that job crystal. And so on and so forth. Because there's another one like you in the dungeon, you could learn from them. But if you're a tank one trick or a healer one trick, you might not learn how you're supposed to run a dungeon until you run something else. If a hypothetical White Mage is the type to pick up side quests, their first potential encounter with a healer that attacks would be Titan. What do you mean, Philippe? But yeah, basically what I'm getting at is that the best way to get good at the role you want to play is to see other people also play it. Philippe? You need to open the game. You need to actually open the game real quick. Titan is a 4-man duty. Garuda is also a 4-man duty. Ultimate Weapon is also a 4-man duty now. Is the Chrysalis before? Is Chrysalis before Thornmarch? No. Thornmarch is first. Why is it ordered like this? This is really weird. Yeah, that's what I thought, Zap. What's happening here? Did I sort it weird? Huh? Is it alphabetical or what's happening here? I guess it's alphabetical. But that would mean that Thornmarch is the first one. And Thornmarch is a kind of weird... Well, it used to be really weird. But that still means that the first opportunity for you to meet another healer or another tank, if you're only tanking or only healing, is at level 50 after you've seen the credits. I could imagine that, Patrick, if you've mainly just been doing Praetorium, that it would be difficult. And yeah, exactly, Major Clanger. How would you learn about tank swapping? You wouldn't, because most content like that... I'm guessing, Philippe, that the thing that Google found was like Titan Extreme or Hard, because people are much more likely to look for those, I guess. But yeah, how would you learn how to do a big AoE pull? How would you learn to do defensive cooldown cycling if you never see another tank play? You would learn about tank swapping by reading tooltips and thinking, indeed. But then you have to have that happen to you, and then you might need the other tank to do it. Is Naval hard 8 players? Yes. You would learn about tank swapping by reading debuffs and thinking, and no one is going to do that. No, especially not with automarkers and stuff these days, am I right? And that's true, Chelsea. I believe it. I think that's A5. And because it doesn't wipe you if you mess it up, what happens is that the tank dies, people go, that's weird, and then they just rest them and keep going. And eventually reach a point where A5N is that weird duty where the tank dies. Yeah, it's weird. And it is difficult to learn these things. That is exactly the reason why I'm saying this, is because it's difficult to learn these things, but when you've played Final Fantasy XIV for nearly 10,000 hours, it can sometimes be difficult to remember that we all started somewhere. With that said, if you enjoyed the company of me and the wonderful community in the chat, remember that there's a Discord community server that you can join, where you will find, I'm pretty sure, most of the people in the chat. You'll also find me. You'll also find the weekly schedule, where you can see what else is coming up on the channel in the next coming days. I believe tomorrow we have more Mentor Roulette stuff. Yep. So if you enjoyed the a good day in Mentor Roulette stuff, there's more of that coming up tomorrow. We also have on Thursday the potentially last part of the solo challenge stream, because I'm planning to do Lunar Subterrane there. You will also find the announcement room, where you'll find links to videos and streams when they come out. And if you go to the role assignments room, you can grab the reminder roll, and if you do, you will get a notification whenever I do post about a video or a stream. You'll also get an extra notification about 15 minutes before the stream starts, so you don't miss a second. And if you did enjoy this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it in the YouTube system. That tells the YouTube algorithm that this was a very enjoyable stream and you'd like other people to enjoy it as well. If you have the new janky YouTube layout where you can't find the like button, I believe if you press the cinematics mode button, it should appear under your under the screen as normal. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, Mick. Wow, thank you. Do you have any plans for assisting with damage formula deduction in Dawn Trail? No, that's a really random question. And if you want to support the channel more directly, you can also, you know, become a member or gift memberships like Mick did here. You can also use the super chat system, and if you don't want to use the YouTube stuff for that, there's also a Ko-Fi link in the description. And yeah, that is all entirely optional. It helps the channel naturally very much, but you don't have to. And all the content on the channel is free for everyone to see. But I do appreciate the support. Now, I think that's everything. I'm not sure how I would go about assisting with damage formula deduction, and I think it would also be way too busy making job guides at that time. Now, thank you all so much for watching. Good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye!